Oh my gosh, I can't click buttons. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to change this. I need to stop flying. Stop flying. I don't need to fly. I can fly so high. There we go. I'm grounded. I'm a grounded cupcake. No, don't ground me. No, I did nothing bad. Hello, everybody. Have you seen that? I drew that in like 20 seconds. I'm not very good or quick at drawing. So, very impressive. That little lictor there. Off on Ryan's leaper. Oh, goodness. It's a very silly drawing. But it says help me because, you know, it's no Clarence. It's not Clarence. If you've been on Reddit at all, and you've been on the Tyrannid subs, you've seen Clarence. The beautiful, beautiful little Tyrannid. But everyone loves. Hello, Greg Johnson. Grounded into the hive mind, says you're not. True, true. Hello. Wait, how do I say that? Brownie? Varney? Rock Brownie! Your kin are yellow and blue. Yeah! Yellow and blue! My Tyrannids are yellow, purple and blue. There we go. Feed the poor Tyrannid. Feed the poor Tyrannid. He just wants some food. Hi, Sparky. Okay, I'm brushing my hair because my hair is an absolute mess. I have been, I wasn't feeling that good yesterday. So I was like, I'll order some food after the stream. So I ordered a burger from Burger King. And I was like, I really want some lettuce on my burger. So I'm like, can you put lettuce on, but nothing else other than cheese, a burger and the bun? And they didn't give me lettuce. They gave me some weird sauce. I'm like, what is this sauce? Probably got garlic or onion in it, which I can't have. Thankfully, I ordered through Just Eat and not Uber Eats, and they were just like, hey, here's a refund. And I'm like, yeah! But then I'm still had to pay for the pack, for the tip and for delivery and for service fee. So I'm like, okay, I'll try it. I'm feeling bad anyway. How bad can... It was very bad. I didn't finish a burger. I couldn't finish a burger. And my tummy went really, 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 really bad. And I couldn't sleep all night. And then I got a bit of sleep this morning. But that means I wasn't as productive as I wanted to be. I uploaded the thumbnails and, organised the streams a bit late. Oh, feed them Terminators. No, my Terminators. Look, we need 120. I don't have any Terminators to spare. I've only got 127 of them. There's no Terminators to spare. We need them all. That's why you have to cook yourself. I don't want to cook myself. I mean, that sounds bad. I'm not Homer Simpson. I'm not going to, cover myself in salt and oil and throw myself in a frying pan. That sounds terrible. I'm a friend, not food. If you don't know, Homer Simpson, in one of the Treehouse of Horrors, he ends up accidentally eating himself, and then he, gets addicted to eating himself. Like he cut off his thumb or something, it landed in the pot. And then he started cutting off other bits of himself. So you wouldn't cook yourself? No! Would you bake yourself? I mean, you have to bake yourself. But that's different from cooking. Baking yourself is, sometimes you're feeling a bit under the weather and you're like, you're not fully baked today, so you have to bake yourself a little bit longer. Just like Snoop Dogg. Not like Snoop Dogg. No. Like a cupcake. Eat a cupcake then. No! Don't eat the cupcakes. They're friends, not food. Okay, I'm just getting gloves out if you're wondering what other noises are. Where's my cola? But yeah, my tummy was really bad. I didn't want to cook any food because, you know, I just felt awful. And, you know, I was in one of, when I'm feeling awful, I'm like, you know, if I eat anything, I'm just going to feel ill anyway. I'm not going to enjoy eating anything. So I don't really like the idea of, you know, you cook for yourself, but you're just cooking food. You're spending time and effort and energy cooking something that's only going to put you in pain. That's what you have when you got a stomach issue, and it's not fun to cook. And I'm like, I don't feel well. I can't be bothered cooking. I'm just going to order some food. I've got a bit of a craving for lettuce. And I didn't get any lettuce. And we never had any lettuce in. I'm like, no, no. But then my tummy really hurt because, you know, so I didn't get to sleep. And then I was ill this morning as well. And so what I'm basically saying is I'm trying to find an excuse for why I didn't do any more painting off stream. Friends shouldn't be so delicious. Friends aren't delicious, just like Snoop Dogg. Why do you think Cupcake is singing? I'm not like Snoop Dogg. Hi, Denison of Misery. Big hearts to everyone. Yeah. To quote Dracula, if you didn't want Dracula to eat your babies, you shouldn't have made your babies so delicious. I don't think Dracula ever said that. I don't think Dracula said that. I know Dracula. And he doesn't eat babies. He eats fresh, organic younglings. In Billy and Mandy. Oh, Billy and Mandy. Oh, the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I never watched that. I kind of watched a couple of episodes. I didn't like Billy. He really put me off the show. And half a cat. Mandy was okay. I liked Mandy. And Grim was also okay. I liked Grim. I didn't really watch much of that, but I think like that might have been a bit before my time. Maybe. Actually, no, it was on at the same time as like things like Shaolin Showdown, I guess. I did watch that. And Jackie Chan Adventures! He does. What a stand-up guy. Leo. Okay, but this is... Well, there's one dude, he doesn't have any of the blue, he doesn't have any of the... What? How do you say this? Bahaloff blue. He has an Avalon Sunset on him. Very nice. So we're going to get the blue on this dude, and then what we're going to do is take what remains of our Talasaur blue after we spoke it ages ago. I thought you were a lot older. No shade. Yeah, people do because my voice. I've got a weird voice. And it doesn't help that for the past few months, I've got hay fever, so I always sound a bit croaky when I've got my hay fever. But since last time I got hay fever, I never really recovered. So my throat's been even worse and stuff, so I've been sounding even croakier. I've had relatively deep voice. Yeah, so we'll get the Talasaur blue on it. Also, I posted the Discord some more about my blue and yellow kin. Oh, nice. Hi.
Time to pimp a cupcake.
What? What are you doing to a cupcake's native engine? Give Cupcon all the shade, preferably no oil. She will need it to shade the models. No, look. Look. The iodine yellow did a very good job of basically throwing shade onto the models. I think some more watered down iodine yellow will be all we need. I'm not going to bother doing any other shading stuff until we've got the blues done. Yeah. I'm also thinking about ways that we can differentiate some of the claw and talony stuff. I was thinking maybe we could go with like a dark red on them. Or maybe I like do I have any like decent light pink colours? I've got like Doomfire Magenta, I guess. Let me look at like what colours I've got currently. I've got my premium shop box and it's full of paints. Okay, what do we want? Contrast Bala Red. No, I don't want a contrast. That's not going to be good over a purple. Ooh, we got the pink cover. I wonder how that would look on the talons. No, Jessie, don't shade yellow with Cassadon yellow, not black. It'll make it look greener. Yeah, we got to be careful. Although, actually, we did test for known oil on this yellow, and it's not that bad. Especially if you just water it down. It's not too bad. I just don't like it's too dark. I don't want it to look dark. I'm trying to go for something that's similar to this. In the end, which we used Nastrag yellow and Adrax Earthshade on it. But that gives it a little... I think by doing that, because it was very hard to control the colour values on it, we ultimately ended up getting a yellow that's inconsistent. I don't mind that too much, because I mean skin tones, especially on some alien, isn't going to be most consistent.
Who are you? Hi Fleet Cupcon, I am you, but buggier.
Yeah, I'm you, but buggier. I know a song. Oh no! Oh, I must have put this on back wrong. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is a good brush. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix this. You're a fan of more orange or sepia shades than yellow? Yeah. I like that. But I'm thinking if we do some pink on the talons, I just want to see how that will look. Was a good brush. Now it's an old brush. And you use it for base paints. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's saved. Actually, no, you use old brushes like that for, well, sometimes base painting. But also, I find them good for, do you know, rough dry brushing. Especially if you want to go over a smaller area that normal dry brushes will struggle with. Okay, how does that look? Yeah, it could be okay. That could be okay. But I'm not a big fan of that colour, no. We could go for dark blues, actually. Oh, because I got Soulstone Blue here. How would Soulstone Blue work? Is a radium girling it up in here?
She's radium girling up in here. Yeah. We saw the brush disappear and then the lips move. We all know what was happening there.
Look. It's fine. It's fine. This isn't radium. It's just microplastics. Everyone know microplastics are good for you. Let's try this dark blue. Oh, that actually kind of looks okay. Not really dark enough though, is it? Nah, I don't want to go for a dark blue on that actually, because it's going to clash with the other blue here. Blueberry flavoured. All those microplastics make a macro... Now that actually is the issue. That's what the dangers of microplastics are, kind of. Because they get into your bloodstream and they start causing clots. So they become small enough to enter your bloodstream, and then they collect together and get fats forming around them, and they become too big to leave your bloodstream and then too big to move. And that's the dangers of them. I'd go for red, I guess. Ooh, crimson shade. I wonder how crimson shade would look on this. Not on the skin, but on the plating. Oh, actually, pink horror plus crimson shade. Ooh. Oh. Oh, that looks like it could be good. I'll try Doomfire Magenta on it. Nah. Maybe. You know, I'll try get a different brush out. Crimson shade, haven't worked with it, but reds don't like being painted over blues. Well, the plating is purple. So I'm thinking that should be good. Where's my bad brush? The one that's like all damaged and stuff. And don't say the one I just used. I may have not mentally recovered from that. Oh, it's over purple. Crimson would give it warmth. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Like, do pink. Like, dry brush some pink over it. And then go over with some crimson shade, maybe. Okay, that's not quite dry brushing. It's not dry enough for a dry brush. Oh, this is actually looking pretty cool. Yeah, and we just do this for the talons, of the claws and the feet. That could be cool, but like to help do some of the differentiating that you see on the online store models and stuff. Oh, yeah, that's looking cool.
Puff word of the day. Hadouken.
Hadouken. Hadouken! Reichland or Karienberg? Karienberg. I think it was. Was it Karienberg? Yeah, Oh, that's Karienberg. Did I use that one? I have no idea what colour I just used. Yeah, we've got Karienberg Crimson here. I've also got some Doomfire Magenta that I'm thinking, you know, we can use. Have you ever seen an avocado frog? I've seen an avocado toast. Actually, I've never seen an avocado toast. I've heard of an avocado toast. Definitely never heard of an avocado frog. An avocado frog, it's an amazing frog. I wanna eat your toast with some cheese. Okay, we'll try the Doomfire Magenta. Looks very red. We'll try it. Well, maybe I need to water this down a little. That's a lot stronger of a tone than I expected it to be. Oh, okay, that's not looking too shabby, actually. Let me go over with maybe for Flesh Shade. Oh, for Crimson, sorry. Like, that looks pretty cool for the Talon. And we have it, like, going in. And then I'd have to do some Magos Purple to give it a bit more of that sheen. So try some of this Crimson. Over it. Ooh, liking the look of this actually. Maybe it actually does. Yeah, oh yeah, Crimson gives it I remember I tried putting the Crimson on some red for my Orc Battle Fortress. And I remember it drying really, really shiny. I didn't expect that. I didn't want that because it was meant to just be over wires. Oh yeah, that actually looks cool. And it will work just with the, because that's what the Magos Purple does, that's why it's got this sheen on it. It also dries shiny. Oh, it's perfect actually, yeah. Gives it like this different style onto the claw. I mean, if we put that onto the claws here and onto the foot part. And then we use some like Genestealer Purple dry brush over that again. Oh, that could be actually really cool. I like that. I like that idea. Luxian Purple. Really cool colour. What do I want for Luxian Purple for again? Oh yeah, for Luxian Purple, it's used in place of a Severus Purple. Oh yeah, because that's it. We started with a Severus base coat, but it was taking me forever to paint it. So that's why I got the Luxian Purple contrast. And then you dry brush Genestealer Purple over that. And then dry brush the Administratum Grey to get this tone that we're currently using. Then you go over with a Magos Purple to get the sheen and really put it into the midst between the plates. Get that double sheen. We'll wait for this to dry. And then what I think is I can just do a very light dry brush over of Pink Horror. And then transition into Genestealer Purple again down to at the back here. I think that'll be really cool. I don't know. Maybe it clashes too much of a purple. Maybe it'll be better to go into like, you know, for more black, dark grey colours that for website users. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think I like that. Oh yeah, have you seen something? Before we get too far into something. Speaking of the website. Oh, so did I say hi, French? Hi, French Puff. And hi, Sarah Dwyn. Did I say hello to you? I don't think I did. Hi, Sarah Dwyn. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful models here. Okay. Website. There's new stuff. Look at this dude. It's the praise has shut. And earn a Demon Smith. Yeah, you can have this Demon Smith if you want. The Infernal Hellsmiths have a shot of a grand ambition to dominate the mortal realms. So if they've got a new Demon Smith, but the only way to get this commemorative series miniature is go to a Warhammer shop and spend £100. That's insane! In one transaction, do that and he'll be added to your pile of Warhammer total gratis. That's a lot of money to spend to get this miniature. I don't really like that. I'd rather just be told that it's 24 quid. And it sounds like you have to go to your local Warhammer store. You can't just do it like online. You won't be able to purchase them separately, so plan your purchasing carefully. Luckily. Oh, that's stupid. Buy a Knight or a Master, get a Stunty for free. True, true. Yeah. You can't do gift vouchers or cards to get it. So, I mean, it's kind of nice to get a free miniature, but well, the fact it's a commemorative special miniature, a unique one, and you can't do it through via online purchases, it looks like. It's a bit disappointing. And sell it for 40 squids. Yeah, that's what people are gonna do. Also, kill team rule updates for these gals. Can you buy this model by itself? I forgot if you can. I want to go and check. More other games. Kill team. Kill zones. Warhammer 40k. Would it be under scenery? Terrain? But sometimes the kill team terrain doesn't appear under this. Oh no, there's some. Yeah, you can't get that model by itself anymore for statue. Which is sad. I do wish some of those, like, some of the kill team terrain and stuff was just permanently sold, more of it. Like, that's a really cool statue. But yeah. Oh, the statue. Yeah, I love the statue. I've got one of the statues. That's actually half the reason I even bought the set that the statue came in. What came with it? Oh yeah, it came with the Sanctifiers. I really like the Sanctifier unit. It's great for conversion, especially for my Black Templar themed army. Not army. My Black Templar themed guardsman. There we go. See, it's fine. It's fine. It was made to order like 9 months ago. I got it. Yeah. I got it when it came out in the Kill Team set. It came with the Sanctifiers and oh yeah, I wanted the Goremongers because they're super cool. Because I'm subscribed to the Combat Patrol magazine, and that comes with a bunch of corn dudes. So I wanted the Goremongers to go from. Bit disappointed by the 40k rules. If okay, I just hoped for them to be a bit different. The Sanctifiers are super cool for a fun unit. But I just really love converting them. Like, you can make so many priest models from that kit. And you can just, like... Oh, I did convert some of them into Night Lord cultists. Of Slanesh. World Eaters. World Eaters! Yeah, that's the one. Good day, Paladin Stem. How you doing? About time. About time. Sorry, Severin. Goremongers are really good for stopping the enemy from... stopping your scout moves. True. But at the same time, I just had to compare them to jackals. Jackals are cheaper. There's more of them. They're actually better in melee. They have sticky objectives. And they're tougher. And all together, it's just like, I don't really understand why I'll use Goremongers instead of jackals when given the options. Other than Goremongers are ridiculously cool looking. It's Monday, Monday, Monday. Scout moves. Yeah, I mean, you got that stuff. But still, I think maybe it's just because of the Black Templar thing, so the entire unit just feels so pathetically weak. It's like... It might as well not be on the battlefield. But yeah, and he can't infiltrate within 9 inches of enemies either. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. They have some utility. But it's like when I'm building a 1,000-point list, that utility suddenly doesn't feel that good. In a 2,000-point list, I can see it. But at the same time, it's like, I wouldn't want 3 units of them, and I kind of want 3 units of them just because I think they look cool. But then I'm like, yeah, this list would suck with 3 units in. Hello, Clyde! You just woke up. You just woke up. It's going well for us. If you want a unit to do establish locus or area denial or cleanse in the middle objective, I guess so. Well, the issue is if your enemy does the same sort of thing of infiltrating before you can infiltrate, scouting before you can scout and stuff, then all that happens is your goremongers are instead denied. Rather than you denying the enemy. So it becomes a bit of an issue there. So that just becomes a competition. And then after that, they kind of... I mean, maybe against things like Guardsmen and Tau, they'll be okay. Then you deny them. Well, if they deny you a good spot first, then you deny them, yeah. With your next deployment, yeah. Do you wash the paint off your brush with water or what? I use water. I use water. In this official Citadel cup. The reason it's covered in blue is from when I spilt my Talasaur blue everywhere. Oh, made in China, designed in the UK. I'm not a fan of Citadel, but that cup. I only really know Citadel. I've tried a couple of other stuff in the past, but wasn't super impressed. Citadel brushes absolutely suck. Citadel paint pots aren't as bad as people say, but they're pretty terrible. Also, hi Night Parade. The Citadel paint are not oil-based type paints. No, they're acrylic paints. As far as I'm aware, they're also non-toxic. Yeah. The paint pot design is really not very good. I do like the colours. I do think the paints are pretty nice. And for me, they're reasonably priced. Well, that's one of the things about living in the UK, is Warhammer's just that little bit cheaper than if you're abroad. You can also buy big boxes of these paints, which is nice. A Citadel pot is 5 USD. For acrylic paints are 5 USD too. Yeah, other paints are a similar price or whatever. And I've heard good stuff about some of them. But one of the things I do like about Citadel is that being UK based and stuff, all the paints are made in the UK. And as a result, it's like, I'm supporting local business. This $1 million this billion-dollar business, it needs this multi-billion-dollar business, you know, it needs my money. Oh, it needs my money, it does. For acrylic are 22 millimeters and Citadel is 12 millimeters. To be honest, when it comes to the amount of paint, I think it's very rare if ever you run out of paint in the past. Usually it's because it's dried up if I have to get another pot. Which is a big issue with Citadel paints. I know that other paints are better for it. But some of them aren't any better. You have to just be careful. So they're like, we're way better. And it's like, no, they're not. They're just as bad. It's like £2. And then if you buy them from the Warhammer store, you get some for free. And a lot of shops will sell like these big bundles of paints for a really decent price. I do like the army painter kits though for like basing and stuff, or for basing material they do. Absolutely adore them. Oh gosh, my hands are shaky. I'm not feeling too well today. I need a cola. I need a cola. Give me a cola. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Games Workshop is worth more than their fishing industry in the UK, I remember reading. I mean, probably. The fishing industry's taken a bunch of hits as of late. I mean, hits it needs to take. It's like, we don't want to cause cod to go extinct. And we have to remember that we share an ocean with France, Iceland, and the Nordic countries. And while in the past our fishermen have overreached into those areas, it is best to remember that those are still fair areas and that we don't want to overfish. That being said, Games Workshop took a bunch of hits. With the prices in oil and plastics massively rising. And then one of their biggest demographics of buyers being in a certain country that they no longer sell to. But how about the French to serve it? Yeah, most of the cod we eat in the UK actually caught in Norway's waters. Yeah. Night Parade has the same shield as you. I don't know if the things got fixed for the stream avatars yet. It's not easy to check these things off stream. It did say give them a few days, so I'm hoping at some point this week it gets fixed. Yeah, this looks terrible at the moment with this blue, but once they got some Talasaur blue on it will look good. And then once they got the Magos purple on it, should look amazing. Okay, how is this looking at the moment? Now the paint's dried. Not looking too shabby. Not looking too shabby at all. Except, oh no, everyone's dueling. Everyone's dueling. Night Parade versus Dinosaur Soldier. Night Parade's winning. Night Parade took the hit head on. Still got more health. Both of them are just tanking the hits. They're trying to see whose shield is truly better. Oh gosh, all it would take is one crit. Oh, there it is. There's a crit. Night Parade showed that they are the true bearer of the shield. But let's check if this is working now. You won't be able to change your equipment yet at the moment, I don't think. Yeah, see, the currency stuff's not working at the moment. I do have a lot of currency, but the game is just not recognizing it. The app, the Stream Avatars application is just not working very well at the moment. Oh yeah, I forgot, we've got these little openings. Let's go. Yeah. Salazar blue is such a good blue. There's so many uses. I really like the Salazar blue for our looters. I think it looks super cool for the death skulls. And it's like, if you just put one layer down, it ends up looking quite fabricy. So it's really good for like clothing. If you put a second layer over it, it ends up looking, you know, quite metallic. Put another layer over that and it looks quite matte. Like just a darker blue. And then if you put it over a normal blue colour, you can get like different effects on it. Like if you put it over this, it will start looking more like power weapony type things. Such a versatile contrast paint. That's what I like about contrast paints. They're such versatile colours and they're so easy to work with. Especially like my go-to thing now of when I need to base paint a lot of models is to just use strong contrast paints, because they're so much easier to work with and just like get coverage on the model and so much quicker than other methods. Have you tried Imperial? I've not tried Imperial Fist. I don't have any Imperial Fist yellow. I can show you all of my yellows actually. So the first yellow I tried using was Dawn Yellow. That's the only one I had. I got some Nastreg Yellow. That was pretty fun to actually use. Recently we got some Iodine Yellow. Really, it's very orangey colour, but I really like it. It's quite good. It's quite good as, do you know, a shading, like to start off with an iodine yellow and then you go over it with lighter yellows. It's really useful for that sort of stuff because it gives you quite a nice darker yellow shade. What other yellows have I tried? We had some other yellows in here. That's green, that's Retribute to Armor. Okay, I don't think they're in this box. I think they're in my other box. There's a yellow, I think it's Uriel yellow or something like that, that I really didn't like. Okay, oh yeah, we've got Bad Moon Yellow. This is so hard to work with Bad Moon Yellow. Really nice when you can get it done correctly, but very hard to work with. Uriel Yellow. It's very similar. It's very hard to get good coverage. Oh gosh, that's not closed properly. Good coverage with. And then Iron Jaws Yellow, which is easier to work with than Bad Moon Yellow. But again, if you use it in tangents with Uriel Yellow, you get quite a good colour with it. But otherwise very hard to work with. Those are the yellows I've used at the moment. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Avaland. You mentioned Avaland. Yeah, this is the one we've been using for our Tyranids at the moment. it's been really good. Really, I heard Bad Moon was good to work with. Really? Whenever I've tried using it, it's just had such good... It's had such terrible coverage. It gives a really nice effect at the end. Like, it's a really, really bright yellow. But I generally find that you need to have, like, a base of, like, 2 layers of Uriel yellow. Go over with some Iron Jaws yellow. And then do your Bad Moon yellow. And then you need to like go a few times because otherwise it just looks super streaky. Like, and if you put it straight onto like another colour, like even if you put it straight over white, I generally find it just doesn't look good. Maybe I'm not using it correctly. I mean, I won't lie. I am relatively new to painting yellows. Are you painting over white? No, not at the moment. Wait, so when you say coverage, well, actually, when I say coverage, I can mean 2 things. One is just how easy it is to just cover an entire model with something. But also, like, how streaky something is. Like, I like iodine yellow because when you put it over something, it doesn't look too streaky or anything like that. It just gives you a nice solid colour to some extent. I mean, it's a contrast paint, so you will have your parts of it looking brighter, parts of it looking darker, but that's kind of what you want. And no, we're not painting over white at the moment. What I'm doing is I'm painting over... We started with... I've been experimenting a lot. I tried white at one point, but I didn't really... It wasn't going very well with white. It was just too bright. So I went with Sandry Dust. I've been having... It's been actually quite good working with Sandry Dust as the base. So with these ones, what I've done is I've used Sandry Dust as a base, gone over with Iodine Yellow, and then gone over with Avalon Suns. I've been experimenting a lot with them, so some of them aren't like that, some of them are. Some of them have had different colours, but yeah, I found for Avalon Yellow, I know it's more orangey colour, but I like that. I'm wanting that for the Tyrannies we've got at the moment. I think it gives you a really cool skin tone. So yellow contrasts are going to really struggle over anything that isn't white or light pink. Yeah. But even then, when I've been working with whites and going over them, I found that it's not been that good. But yeah, I found that Avalon Sunset and Iodine Yellow over Sandry Dust gives me the colour that I'm looking for. This kind of... I want to go for this quite warm flesh tone. I say flesh tone. It's warm yellow because we're painting it as a flesh tone. When I was painting my arts, I wanted to go for more bright yellow because it's like we were painting looted Bad Moon stuff. Ugh. Evelyn's a good choice here. Yeah. Yeah, orange yellow works great for a fleshy tone. Yeah. Oh, so one of the reasons in going for Avalon is I once had, I think it was ochre, the colour I used, but I once had, because I read something about the Talon Desert Raiders and their tank legions and stuff fighting Iron Warriors or whatever when I was little. And I had some Imperial Guardsmen, and I also read about how Imperial regiments, you'd have a regiment of infantry, then you'd have like a motorised regiment, and then you got your tank regiment. And a single army that would have tanks, infantry and mechanised groups would be a mixture of different regiments working together. So I ended up like reading about the Talon Desert Raiders just before I got my first Lehman Russis. So I painted my Lehman Russis kind of a desert colour using ochre. They don't make it anymore, but as an ochre shade or whatever. And Avalon Sunset, I think, is the continuation of that colour. Of a rename into a modern Citadel. And I really liked that colour. So it reminds me a lot of that. Also, I shared my Imperial Fist. Oh, you got Imperial Fists. Imperial Fists are cool. I've got some Templars that have the Imperial Fist because I bought feeding of the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol. And it comes with an Imperial Fist upgrade kit. I was like, ooh, I could have some of my Black Templar with Imperial Fist shoulder pads to like represent that these have fought alongside their old battle brothers. And like they still carry like the Imperial Fist symbol like as a badge of honor that they fought. I imagine they probably fought with the Imperial Fist during the Battle of Cadia and stuff. That's what I'm imagining. Fellow Sons of Dawn, yeah. Also, Black Templar have a lot more freedom in terms of like what symbols and stuff they wear. So I think it makes a lot of sense that in the same way that Templar of old, who were part of the Imperial Fist still, back when it was a legion, would wear Templar symbols alongside Imperial Fist symbols. I like to imagine my guys doing something similar. Although I think in my Templar might not be black because I've got my army list is 40,000 points and there's 1,000 of them. I'm building the Last War Protocol Marine army. Nice. I'm just building a massive crusade of them. It was meant to be just a small crusade, but I kind of went over the top with it. And now I've got 127 Terminators. And 1,000 Marines and a Thunderhawk and stuff. So I'm thinking maybe it's a crusade that got stuck on the wrong side of the oh, what's it called? Of the Great Rift? Or whatever. But yeah. And since then, they've basically had to become their own chapter. Because there's just too many of them. Crusade grew too fast and too quickly. But I don't know. There we go. Oh, the Tyrannid's looking so nice. The Last War Protocol. The Last War Protocol! What's the Last War Protocol? Isn't that just like the, You're basically just super fortified? Shut up and dance with me. Destiny. Ooh, shut up and dance with me. There we go. Last War Protocol, all Imperial Fist successors are summoned to be one whole legion again. Oh. I wonder if the Black Templars would even listen to that. Or at least some of them. Because some of the Black Templars were like, screw you, Primaris. Screw you, Custodes, we're gonna fight you. Some Black Templars are absolute jerks. Back into the War of the Beast. Oh! Oh yeah, the War of the Beast. And then the Imperial Fist chapter basically got wiped out and the successors had to basically rebuild it. And a lot of the Black Templars ended up joining the Sons of Dawn. And the weird thing is you have this weird curse, you know, that a lot of the Sons of Dawn have. But the Black Templars don't suffer from it. But the Imperial Fists do. And the Imperial Fist got rebuilt, so somehow the Black Templars that joined the Imperial Fist ended up gaining that curse. Like, isn't it like where you can like get Dawn's Rage or something random? I can't remember what it was. I know that a Black Templar chaplain Dreadnought woke up one day and was like, wait, I'm in the Imperial Fists again. When did this happen? Like, he went to sleep as a Black Templar. I think, wasn't it like two things happened? Like, he went to sleep before the Legions got split. And then he woke up and, you know, the Legion got split. And then he went back to sleep again and he woke up and he's back to being an Imperial Fist. I swear there's something like that. I mean, I mostly got that from the memes. So... Imperial Fist, called that the last war protocol, was literally the last Imperial Fist left. Oof. Ow, I just whacked my elbow. Ow. Oh. Do you know that little gap you've got in your elbow? And I just whacked it on the edge of my desk, you know, for... Oh. That's painful. My hair's getting everywhere. There we go. Do 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 do. Imperial Fists are very silly. Oh, no, they're not. I wonder if Dawn comes back. Do you think he'll come back as an Imperial Fist, or do you think he'll join the Templars? I'm thinking he'll join the Templars for two reasons. One, the main Space Marine Codex already has a Primarch, and the Black Templars don't. And the Black Templars could probably do with a Primarch level melee threat. And two, is like all the characters I've gone through of the Primarchs that have come back have kind of gone through an opposite form of growth. Not all of them, but most of them. So, like, they went away originally with one thing in mind, and when they've come back, they've been like you've had, oh, what is his name? Lionel Johnson. He's been, like, super much calmer and, you know, much more respectful and stuff. Gulliman's been like, you know, screw the rules for once. Screw the rules, I have Primaris. You know what? Let's work with aliens. I'm thinking if Dawn came back, it would actually be just... And that's one of the things, is when he kind of left, he was an angry, almost, you know, boot-posidal person. And I feel like if he came back, he would probably still be extremely angry and emotional and rage-filled and fit right in with the Templars. Especially with Perturabo coming back and like how we've seen him, he's apparently a lot calmer and kinder person. It would be fun if Dawn came back and was more like, you know, the opposite way around. Hello, Poseidon. First time here, loving the paint scheme. Thank you. Where is it? This is kind of what we're going for. This is a model I painted a while ago. So, but I've been experimenting with stuff, been looking online, and I've been looking at like how they change the claw and feet colour from the normal carapace colour. So I've been doing some experimentation here, you know, making some red claws. Not sure how I feel about it. Oh yeah, this thing is meant to be my attempt to convert a Neurotyrant into a Neurolictor. I do actually have a normal Neurolictor now, since building that. When ironically painting the same model myself. Ooh, nice. I hope your painting's going a bit quicker than mine, because I'm a very slow painter. We started these ages ago. I mean, I was super ill between the last time. Yeah, actually, even the last time I painted, I remember just being really lightheaded. And I was just struggling to get any of it painted. So... hope you're having better luck than I am. I was worried about today, but honestly, it's not going as badly as I thought. Because I was feeling a bit ill earlier today. I am not painting inside these lines very well, but it's fine. It's fine. It's 2 minutes. You don't need to paint inside the lines. If you ever look at a real book, you'll find that most real books, like there's not a solid line between the shade of the carapace and, you know, the shade of, you know, the fleshy parts underneath. Often the carapace has kind of this gradient going from the fleshy colour to the carapace colour, and then vice versa. And same goes with, like, you know, scaly lizards and stuff. And then when they're injured or whatever, you find how it heals can also have some weird coloration to it. Because they're organic. It's not a perfect process. I like to imagine that doing it are a bit similar. We can always go over. That's a great thing about Avalon Sunset. It will cover any mistakes I do quite well. Compared to some other paints. There we go. Or Eldar. I don't know what colour I'm going to paint my photon. I still need to figure out a good scheme for them. I've been thinking maybe green, maybe red. I mean, we got World Eaters. They're going to be an orangey red. Because, you know, World Eaters, there's not many ways you can paint them. Are we talking photon now? Yeah, I'm thinking about what colour I want to paint my photon. Because Torpo's successful mining company doesn't belong to any league. I've been reading the law, and I think it makes sense that it doesn't belong to any league. Instead, it's more of a company that, you know, works with and between leagues. It effectively, the main thing it does is it effectively works with others like the Imperium, Tau, so on, whatever, to get mining contracts on various alien worlds. And then it just goes round to the different leagues that are nearby and just recruits from them. Hires recruits from them. So I'm thinking maybe it would make sense to, instead of having one distinct colour scheme, is just paint different models from different leagues. I think that might be really fun. And like different units from different leagues. And I have read that you can do that, but I don't know. Not a league, a guild. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically, it's kind of, it's a company. It's not quite a guild level. It is a relatively small group. What I'm thinking is Torpo. He was actually given a job by, do you know, for, oh, what do they call them? For Grimnir? Like, of one of the leagues. Of trying to find a photon core. I do know something out there. There's something out there that the photon need. And his job is to find it. And that's one of the reasons why his expeditions fail so often. Because he's not actually out there looking for anything in particular. You know, looking for resources. He's out there looking for one thing in particular, and it's very secretive. I'm thinking that might be the case, but I'm not sure. I just remember reading about one of the Photon groups had something else like that going on. I thought that was such a cool concept. Of oh yeah, they found a photon and they're trying to awaken it, and it's like extremely secretive. Like not even the other leagues knew about it. Could be related to the Lost Squat Empire, yeah. The guilds are like worker unions and will go out their way to find jobs if they can. Yeah! Carbon's interstellar trading services. And negotiations with league, kin, and outsiders. Yeah, it might be a company that's part of one of the guilds. Have you read for Heikal's Oath? I don't think so. Most of the lore I know about the kin comes from Wikipedia. Well, not Wikipedia. The wiki pages, the Warhammer community pages, and the Combat Patrol magazine. I know the Combat Patrol magazine does have like some of the lore from the codexes in it. Like just straight up ripped out of them. Which is pretty cool. I like that. It's for only Kim book. Oh, no, I've not read any books, sorry. Now, I'm probably not going to read it. I've got other stuff to read at the moment. But there might be other people who want to read it, so probably best not to spoil it. If there's somebody else in chat who will want to read it, or who's watching or will be watching this. There we go. Oleni Satur. Oh. There we go. Is that all the blue done? I think that's all the blue done on this one. Yeah. The owner Satur regulates one of the 5 major leagues. Oh. I'm just gonna quickly get a drink. Give me. There we go. Over here. Come on. Get over here. The USSR kindred. The URSR kindreds. are known for producing more kin than the average. Ooh. Nice cola. Nice now. Move the straw over. Oh. They have the territory that is in constant struggle against a massive Orc War and Necron dynasty. The Tau and the Imperium. No! Oh goodness. Okay, so let's look at this guy. And a high fleet. And a high fleet! Oh no! High fleets are scary, scary. The three-way war creates constant losses and any other league would have fallen back. Ooh. That sounds fun. Oh yeah, what could... I just thought of a question too. Poseidon 9. What color scheme are you doing for your Tyranids? In the 9E Codex, it said that no one outside the leagues know what if they just move out or back down. Oh. To be fair, it also says the kin are extremely stubborn. The 10E Codex says for guarding an ancient kin. Ooh. Right, there's bits of blue paint that don't want to come off the brush. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just really stuck there. Mephiston red skin with Carrionberg Crimson Wash, Black Carrier. Oh wait, High Fleet Draconis. That's very similar to High Fleet Behemoth as well, isn't it? Going red skin and black carapace. I want to do... I recently got the Battle from a Crag set, and I want to do the Space Marines and the Tyranids in the official colour schemes. So that's High Fleet Behemoth, which is very similar. No, that's Behemoth is for red and... Oh no, that's not quite black. It's more bluey black, dark blue for the for Behemoth. Behemoth uses Corvus Black, or you're using Abaddon. Ooh. I also know that they do blue highlights on the carapace from what I've seen. What else is there? Kraken, I believe, is a beige skin tone with red carapace. They're the ones that messed up the Eldar and got defeated by Farsight. Is Kraken. Poseidon uses the same colour chitin as for Ouroboros. Ooh. I really like, though. I'm thinking about doing my McCrag Tyranids instead in the... Oh, what's it called? Is it the Typhon? The Typhon colour scheme. Because I saw that in, you know, the Ravena kill team. And I absolutely adore that colour scheme. Yeah. Oh, I do love a lot about the Photon. One of the things that I read is that there's a ancient Photon core that's currently asleep somewhere, do you know, within kin space. Like within the core worlds. And they found it. And they think it's like the key to saving all of the Photon and the kin themselves. And they're trying every single ritual they know to try and wake it up. And just every single day they're doing one ritual after another. And they've been doing it for like potentially 100 years or so. And I thought that was super cool. And they're like super protective of it and secretive. So they're ordinary or guarding it. They're ordinary guarding an older sleep one that is. Oh, it might be. It might be. When I read about it, I thought it was a bit more separated from everywhere else. I didn't think it was in the middle of a free... It might be in the middle of a freeway war. As I said, I mostly get my information from things like the community page, which isn't always up to date or doesn't always have all of what you'd expect in it. Okay, let's get a different brush out. Let's get the dry brushes out. I don't really use them too often. Where are they? There they are. These dry brushes are very good. If you want to get some of these dry brushes, it's just these ones. They're quite cheap. Or at least when I got them, they were very, very good at what they do. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, not working as well as I'd like right now. It's kind of funny that they can use rituals like the Mechanicus. They do. They do. At the heart of the URSR's territory is a system containing an artificial world that has grown around a truly ancient kin, vessel dating back from the earliest periods of first ancestors' migration. Within this vessel is an ancestor card dubbed First Summonat, which the USRS Rimnir believed to be one more ancient than any other. Okay, yeah, I think it is that one then. Yeah. Every VU or SR has lost the means to awaken for Somnat. Yeah. That's pretty much the one I'm referring to, as far as I'm aware. Okay, bats. This is good. There we go. As far as I'm aware, that's the one anyway. I might be incorrect. I was just mistaken of where it was. I thought it was, you know, in a safer region of space. Makes sense it wouldn't be in a safer region of space, though. GW's really gone heavily into the USSR theme lately, though. Like, they've gone into all the Grot Revolution stuff being Soviet-themed as well. There we go. USSR territories all but safe. Yeah. USSR. Necron Samanka dynasty. So for Samanka, a potato dynasty. Okay, that's good. That's good. Then I'll go over with some... Where's my grey colour? Here it is. Administratum grey. Very nice colour. The North Star cluster Tyranid for North Star. And there's also Black Templars encroaching for Mosaios Crusade. Oh. There's Black Templar everywhere. My kin are in a very dangerous place as well. They are on a planet that ended up getting infested with a gene stealer cult. There's High Fleet Cupcon on its way there. Turns out this planet also had, you know, an old Necron tomb on it. Because I got some Necrons, because I got the Indomitus box set. There's this massive Black Templar crusade thing with a huge guard force. They are aligned with the planetary guard there, though. That are not Imperial guardsmen. And there's also some Eldar Corsairs hunting for Tyranids. And then there's some World Eaters coming in who are being hunted by Night Lords. It's just a crazy place. Yeah. Oh, that's looking good. And we'll get the Karienberg shade on. That's the wrong one. Do. The kin being clones are like one of a few factions that can reliably, I say one of a few factions. They're an elite faction that can somehow also throw insane numbers of bodies into a situation because they can just clone more or they can just make more. Whether it be Ironkin or Fleshykin, it doesn't matter. We're all bodies of a meat grinder in the end. Well, they are kind of elite. Like, when I was reading about the kin, they're very similar to Space Marines in a way. Like, they're superhumans. They wear effectively power armor. They are armed with, you know, these special plasma guns and bolt guns. All of them are like specially designed for whatever task that they've been put down to doing. Like, maybe they're not Space Marines level of elite fully, but their armor isn't powered. I thought a lot of their armor was powered. Like, especially for rig style armor and the really elite, the Terminator-like ones. I mean, I don't know. I mostly get what I know from, as I said, from these other places, and it's the Combat Patrol magazine that kept describing it as very similar to power armor. That's not gonna be the most reliable thing for lore. There we go. Oh, big old talony claw stuff. I might get some mad just purple on that afterwards. Kin Void suit's so amazingly defensive. Yeah. Able to attempt bolt shells like a Space Marine would. Yeah. Is there a limit to how many they can clone? I thought they're mined copies of past kin. I don't think they're mined. They might be copies of past kin. I don't think they are copies though. I think they use like skin. Isn't it skins or something? And like templates, and these are modified by the memories of a kin. Like, they'll take a kin that's already dead and be like, okay, so this is what was good about them, this what was bad, we'll modify the next clone based on that. Yeah. There's a limit to how much can be uploaded to the Photon core. Generally, the aim is when a kin dies, you want to basically upload it back to the Photon core. But the Photon core of the league that got eliminated, that one, that because they like so many kin died fighting, and they were all being uploaded to the core, it drove the core insane, basically, because it basically just got flooded with millions of you know, memories all at once, or like in very short period of time, all of them like dying in horrific ways to the Tyranids. And it basically like overloaded the core and stuff. In slot machines, this would be part of why I gamble, but darn, mix it up being broken. Yeah, mix it up. It's not mix it up. It kind of is. Mix it up updated, and Stream Avatars needs to update as well. But the devs have been busy and they've not been able to get around to updating it yet. Don't know how long they've been aware of the issue, but I did notice a few, just before the Mix It Up update went live, they did message the Stream Avatars people. Yeah, they were assaulted by a massive hive fleet. They believe the Nids wanted the core. Yeah, then the Nids completely ignored the core. Except for Last Man himself. Yeah. I think at some point they realised that if it didn't actually want the core, because one of the last safe places was around the core. But that became a different issue. By the time they realised that the core was actually going to be safe from the Tyranids, it was too late. Like, they couldn't move it. I mean, moving a car itself is incredibly difficult anyway. Now, the thing is, there's no more Tyranids around the car. Like, the High Fleet got defeated, they got destroyed. A number of planets that the Tyranids took. Because this was High Fleet Behemoth, I believe. Or was it Kraken that took them out? But either way, it got defeated.
Tyranids looking upon the vote and cause like I like your funny noises you senile old computer.
Yeah, but no, the thing it likes is like, oh my gosh, it's a machine that produces snacks. Free snacks. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah. Basically, the photon car just became a vending machine for the Tyranids. Oh my gosh, imagine if the photon cars are actually sentient. And it realised that it had become a vending machine. Or the Yap No Pain. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this to dry before they experiment any further on these talons and stuff. The leagues of snack machines, yeah. The car is now maddened. Yeah, I believe that a number of the planets have been reclaimed by the Imperium around that area. But even the Imperium stays kind of clear of where that photon core is. It was High Fleet. It was Leviathan. I thought it's the timeline for Tyranids and stuff has become such a mess. It's hard to know when things are. Because Behemoth was the first Tyrannic War. Kraken was the second. Leviathan was the third. Originally, they got killed off in the... Was it the first or second Tyrannic War? Like, that's where they officially got the law of them being killed off, but that's like before Leviathan. It was always Leviathan. I am crazy. Or is it just because of Leviathan's... Like, when I first started playing, you kind of had the idea that all three High Fleets were active at once. And, like, this was, like, after Battle of McCrag. Because you did hear about Leviathan and stuff. Leviathan is just everywhere, yeah. But then, like, recently, it seems like it's become more Behemoth attacked. Then it was fine. Then Kraken attacked. And while bits of them both remain, Leviathan is now, like, the third big Tyrannic War thing going on. I don't know. I did read the timeline of Tyranid Defense recently, and also, like, bits that have changed. Like, I think the first Tyrannic War was moved back a bit, and the first appearance of Leviathan was moved later. But I guess that just means they've been fighting a Leviathan for a super long time. Didn't Leviathan approach the galaxy from below rather than the edges? Yeah. Enberg Eigner block is the league that the Imperium thought was when all the squats died. Yeah, I know that much. I just thought for some reason it died in the first or second Tyrannic War to either Kraken or... I struggled to keep up with these things. They approach from below and the edge at the same time. Yeah. That's the general gist of sequence of events. Behemoth, break, Kraken, break Leviathan, and then Leviathan just doesn't stop coming and don't stop coming. Yeah, when I first started, you had this idea that all three of them were attacking, like... And maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just me being confused by the lore and stuff, because I came in with Battle of McCrag. I mean, technically 5th edition was already out by then, but that's when I started with Battle of McCrag box set. So the idea was Behemoth was the big thing, and that's what, like, all the focus was. The Tyrannic War veterans, the war veterans of Behemoth. Then you had the things like the Doom of Malantai and stuff with Kraken, but at the same time they were talking about Leviathan and what Leviathan was doing. So you had this idea that you had an attack, and while that Behemoth crashed into them, Kraken very soon attacked afterwards, and Leviathan very soon attacked after that. And the entire sequence is like just a few years, like only a couple of decades at most. Because you have humans who were in the first Tyrannic War fighting in the third Tyrannic War. not space marines, just normal humans. It's like you had Kypheus Kane, who like I think fought against Kraken, and I think he also fought against Behemoth and Gorgon and Leviathan. So you have this idea that they must have all occurred at the same time. But when I recently looked at the timeline, the gap between Leviathan and Behemoth is now like a few hundred years. Like Leviathan, the Behemoth attacked hundreds of years ago, and now the big war is like, I don't know. Maybe I mean, most of my memory of the old lore comes from when I was a kid, so. Behemoth never really stopped, but its main thrust was shattered at my crag, then it splintered. Yeah. Kraken kind of got exploded everywhere. Gorgon came straight after Behemoth because that was like the big surviving shard of Behemoth that ended up eating some unprotected Imperial worlds and then went straight into the tower and almost wiped out the tower. Then you had Kraken came in with a Doom of Malantai. It's messed up for Eldar, but also for Eldar basically just started hunting it down and really messed it up. They prevented the last remnants of Kraken from reuniting with Leviathan. Which potentially saved everybody. Because, you know, all of that gene information they had captured went suddenly was lost. And then you had Leviathan, which was, at least one of its big tendrils was distracted on the arts. Kraken suffered a similar fate, except it has many more major tendrils. Yeah. Like, Kraken was smaller than Behemoth, but, like, none of its tendrils were as dangerous as Behemoth's, but it was more spread out. And then you had Leviathan, whose tendrils were as big as Behemoth's, and even more spread out than Kraken's. Like, Kraken attacked from multiple places at once. This is what I read when I was trying to get an idea of it all in my head. So, again, I might be wrong. It's so confusing. The Imperium likely encountered the Tyranids during the Great Crusades, but it was just a small scouting party or something, and they had bigger issues. Yeah, I've heard that. Gorgon is a warp-displaced Behemoth, but no one cares about the Tau. Kronos is being the... I mean, the Tau did actually defeat one of Kraken's tendrils. It was a small tendril, but the Foresight did absolutely destroy it. It cost him a hell of a lot to destroy it, but he did it. And he became a bit of a war criminal. Not for what he did to the Tyranids, what he did to his own troops and civilians and stuff. Gorgon. Kronos is being the Maggot, the Cicatrix. Hydra combs the south rim. Jormungandr is coming from the galactic northeast. And Cupcon is the scariest of all. Okay, how is this looking? You know, it's not too bad actually. I do like that. Kind of. The talons being... I was trying to go for a gradient, going from the normal carapace colour to the other colour. Didn't get as much of a gradient that I wanted, but, you know, it's looking pretty cool. And it is darker. that's actually, yeah, I can go with that. I can go with this. Now I've just got to get the blues done. And once I got the blues done, I need to go back over with the yellows to stop where I got the blues on it. And then I need to go over the purples again where I've got yellow on it. Then we can do the eyes. After the blues, I would need to go back over a bit to brown off blue, just to add a bit of highlights to them. Might just purple water down into the corners to give it this the same sort of slimy, shiny effect that we've got going on here. I want to do this sort of thing again on the spaghetti things, tentacles, and I want to do a bit of like this again on the tail. Leviathan is from below, so it can pick its battles, so it shows up everywhere. Ouroboros is more northern and dates back to 30th millennium. Pyramid just be building stuff. Yeah. At some point, the tower will have to learn that the galaxy is not a good place. It does not care about their great to good. Actually, the tower with their great to good is literally in the best position because of the great to good. I say the best position. It's in a very strong position because of its great to good. Like, the fact is when you have a faction that goes, you know what? I care about my people. And, you know, about supplies and logistics and making sure people are happy and well equipped and our soldiers are well trained, that they're going to survive battles and fight new battles. And that if we come across aliens, they can join us and we can share technology and insights and stuff. That's put them in a very strong position. It's one of the reasons why they can go from one war to the next war, because, you know, you're never going to be short on soldiers when your soldiers are surviving the battles and fighting new battles. And when you can recruit your enemies as soldiers. The tower have the potential. Oh, so there's something back here. Brush, what are you doing back here? There we go, got it. Dusty brush. It was a dusty brush. There we go. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that. That's a bit like saying the world is a horrible place and no one cares about, you know, you're trying to be a good person. It's like, no. Being a good person is good. The tower aren't necessarily good people, but compared to the rest of the galaxy, they might as well be. Oh gosh. It's hard to deny that what the tower doing isn't going to be successful. We're also relatively lucky that the rest of the galaxy is so, what's the word? Evil? And, you know, at one another's throat. Because if the galaxy wasn't as messed up as it is, there's a good chance that the tower would have lost. Already? Like whether it be to the Imperium, to the Eldar, to the Necrons, to the Tyranids. Heck, the tower would have been potentially been wiped out by Gorgon if it wasn't for the Imperial forces trying to kill the Tau, realizing that there's actually Tyranids attacking and allying with the Tau temporarily to beat the Tyranids. Like, the Tau have been saved more times by the galaxy being a bad place than you'd actually realise. On top of it, they wouldn't get so many forces allying with them and like so many Imperial troops turning coat to the Tau if the Imperium wasn't as bad as it is. The Tau's main strength is that you need a magnifying glass to see the Empire on a galactic map. Yeah. If they get any bigger, they might draw more attention to themselves. Kind of, but also not really. As the Tau get bigger, and as the Tau spread out more and get more forces into their power, the Tau gets stronger. Like, at one point, a single crusade would have been enough to wipe out the Tau if that crusade could have gone. But right now, we're at a point where a single crusade is not going to be enough manpower and enough forces to beat the Tau as they are now. In the past, yes. Oops. But since then, the Tau space has expanded. They've improved their technology. They've got to more people. They've adapted their tactics. And more importantly, they have more resources than before. If the Imperium tried again with the Crusade, the Tau would likely survive. It'll probably take multiple Crusades now. And the Imperium can't afford multiple Crusades to take out the Tau. Similarly, the Tyranids have put full forces into the Tau. They've sent tendrils to kill off the Tau. But thanks to Foresight Sphere expansion, that's the first thing they met. And while the Tau did get devastated, it was just a place where they were already expanding into. So the losses that they suffered were actually not that great. Like, they didn't suffer too many civilian losses because they didn't really have that many civilians to lose in these areas. It was recent expansion spheres. So yeah. I doubt that Eldor are going to go out their way to take out the Tau.
Those walking fish are getting uppity again. Maybe it's time. Looks wistfully at the make a new founding button. Maybe it is.
Make a new what button? Like founding chapter, founding legion. The Tau are still too naive to raise the universe. They don't get that they are still small fish in a very big ocean full of sharks. Granted, they do have railguns, so that levels it a bit. The thing with the Tau is, as well, is that the bigger they get, the more other forces will be like, have been like, maybe this is a group we want to work with. Like, the Photon have traded with the Tau. And they will continue trading with the Tau. And as the Tau become bigger and wealthier and more capable of doing bigger and better trades, the kin are going to be very happy to make those trades. The Imperium and Gulliman are more than willing to work with the Tau if it means defeating somebody else. And if a Tau can actually provide for military forces and strength that would be needed, all the better. Maybe they'll be doing so in the idea that, yes, we will turn around and defeat the Tau in the future. But the Tau are not as big a threat as anybody else. Not because they're small, but because it's the same way that the Eldar are not as big of a threat as the Tyranids or Chaos. Because the Eldar and the Tau can be reasoned with. Everyone else can't be. And the Imperium would much rather have an alien it can reason with then an alien it can't reason with. Founding us in a new set of chapters. Basically, every founding after the second and first was just spawning in new chapters. Yeah, pretty much. Now, the Tau have, in recent years, been in a bit of a not as good position. Like, they only just recovered from High Fleet Gorgon. And then they got hit by Kraken. They recently got split up twice. First with the Farsight Enclave, and then with this new... or what was it, 5th or 6th Spear expansion that, you know, saw the Greater Good God. And that's caused a bit of an issue for the Tau. On top of this, they were the only faction that was progressing. Since then, every other faction has started progressing. The Demon Primarchs are returning. The Great Rift farmed. The Photon have started expanding. Or the Leagues, rather. The Imperium created the Primaris, and Carl got, you know, full rule to just advance the Imperium's technology. What's his name came back? Gulliman. So has Lionel Johnson, and they've been doing a lot of work. The Eldar have managed to unite some of the Corsairs and Dark Eldar and Craft Road Eldar in an attempt to bring back one of their gods. And they've been fully organising. So there was once a point where they tower in a position where it's like, yeah, we might be small, but we're the only ones who are actually advancing while everyone else is weakening. Oh yeah, and the Necrons got back up, and with the awakening of the Silent King fully, and others, the Necrons are stronger than ever. They've got the Void Dragon shards. The Orcs are organising around Gaskell Thacker more than ever before. Now that's a big thing that's scary to the Tau. Is everyone else is suddenly advancing and they're not doing it at a slow rate. In fact, the advancement's been so quick and so sudden that the Tau feels slow by comparison at the moment compared to what little advancements they've made in the same time period. They were already playing catch-up and now they're having to play catch-up even more. But what they do have is their society, and their acceptance is honestly a big weapon for them. That will always, you know, be useful. Like, the Imperium cannot fight against a person that can go, hey, do you want to have tasty food? Do you want a burger? Do you want a burger? Do you want some fries? Do you want some cola? It's not made from corpse starch. And then an entire hive world goes, yes, and turns coat against the Imperium. The Imperium can't successfully fight that. Especially when an entire hive world just suddenly turns to the extent where you need a massive war to retake the hive world and you can't even retake it back. You can potentially kick the Tau out of there, but now you've got this world you can't get back. And you maybe can try and exterminatus, but if the Tau fleet decides to attack you while you're exterminatusing... That's actually one of the planets that occurred recently. The Imperium tried to take it back. With some weird success, but not really. It was basically a loss for both sides. But the Imperium definitely spent a hell of a lot more than the Tau did. And you have to remember, while the Imperium is a big old behemoth, the fact is, the Imperium works in sectors, and then those sectors are broken down even more. And it's like, if a Tau can end up fighting against the entire forces that a local area can put against them, then the Imperium would take an incredibly long time to rally more forces than that. And in that time, the Tau can do whatever they need to do. In fact, the Tau can just arm a planet and go, okay, the Imperium's going to attack. Well, we're just going to arm the planet and then leave. We're not even going to fight. We're just going to let the inhabitants fight. And the inhabitants might actually stand a chance. The order might be a threat to the Tau settle on any maiden worlds if they attack a craft world, which they might do. Yeah, they might do that. But I imagine, like, the Eldar generally don't go out their way to try and exterminate another species unless it's Tyranids. Like, they might destroy, they might stop your attack, they might exterminate one of your worlds, but they're not going to exterminate your entire species, usually. In fact, there's been times where they've, you know, the Imperium's done something, and the Eldar have just gone, hey, no, and the Imperium's gone, okay. Okay. We're just going to pay reparations and disappear from here. We're just going to fight a small war against you, but other than that, we can't be bothered fighting you. So it's... I wonder how the leagues have been dealing with a sudden increase in Imperium space in their territory since the galaxy-spanning warp tear sheared their major holds apart. I don't know. It's hard to know how... I know that's one of the reasons why the leagues are suddenly so active, because, you know, the galaxy got ripped in half. And it affected them. But at the same time, they've been profiting a lot from it. Because they've gone out into the wider galaxy and gone, oh gosh, you know, there's a lot of money to be had here. There's a lot of resources to be had. I like this blue. That's not really how that works. The conflict would draw in all the surrounding sector forces. And if that's not working, the core would go to the next sector, proportional response. Pretty much, yeah. But at the same time...
Oh my god, there's demons in my mines. Damn chaos creatures, get off my ores.
Yeah, that's basically what happened, as far as I'm aware. They've already been dealing with orcs and stuff in their space. And, like, that's the main threat they've been dealing with for a long time. Which is why we keep reading about it in the Combat Patrol, as I'm aware. But yeah, the thing is, though, is that rallying the local sector forces is relatively easy for the Imperium. And they can do that in short order. The issue is the Tau are more than strong enough of dealing with a single sector's forces. Rallying more than a single sector's forces, though, takes time. And the Imperium takes a lot longer with that sort of stuff than the Tau do. And if the neighbouring sectors aren't really strong enough or are already busy themselves, it becomes quite difficult for them to, you know, put in the local forces. Because that's one of the things you also have to look into. It's like most of the time when the Tau are busy somewhere, they're not the only ones there. And we were reading that Combat Patrol magazine, and one of the campaigns it had set up in the other side of the Great Rift, and the Tau were just expanding there. And you had these Gene Stealer cults fighting the Imperium at the same time. And the Imperium is too busy fighting the Gene Stealer cults and the Chaos and the Orcs that have appeared to really deal with the Tau. And while the local sector forces could have probably dealt with the Tau, the issue is the Tau can just freely advance. And while they will also have to fight for Gene Stealers and other stuff, the thing is they're all so busy fighting one another that the Tau have a chance. More than a chance. They can get a decent foothold. And once they got a decent foothold, they're very hard to get rid of. As much as I love the Imperium, its response could arrive yesterday, today, or 300 years from now. Yeah. That's actually how the Tau got saved from Gorgon, though. So do you know the crusade that went against the Tau? The Demiculus crusade, I think. And then it had to get distracted. At the same time, the Tau were fighting against High Fleet Gorgon. And the Imperium had their own stuff and the Crusade force had to be diverted. But the issue is that like this massive contingent arrived really late for the Crusade and started attacking the Tau after everyone else had left. But they were attacking them at the same time in the same place as Gorgon was coming in. And once they realised Gorgon was attacking, they teamed up with the Tau to defeat Gorgon. And that's the other thing, is like the Imperium sees the Taus in the local area and sometimes they go, you know, we've got common enemies here. Want to work together until the common enemy's dead. Like, hey, there's gene stealer cults in this space. Tau! Oh, Tau, you just appeared and started catching planets. Hey, do you want to help us deal with this gene stealer cult? And then we can fight one another? And the Tau's like, sure, why not? I find that hilarious. Can't wait until the Tau really get to see Space Health. I think they have before. And it's gone a bit different a couple of times. In fact, they saw Space Hell and they ended up seeing that their greater good had turned into a goddess within, you know, for war. And it drove a bunch of Tau completely crazy and they went full Imperium mode. There is one enemy that no faction can overcome and will be wiped out in an instant. Poor sales of the models. Yeah. The only factions I think that really affects at the moment are, do you know the factions where it's like, why are we not getting updates of these models? And it's like, Games Workshop's just sat there like, well, if you'd buy the models, we'd update them, but you're not buying the models. And that's Grey Knights and Dark Eldar. They're the two factions where it's one of the reasons why they also don't like doing full refreshes for some factions. It's like they do a new faction and instead of just giving you the full range immediately, they basically give you half a range just to test the waters. And it's one of the reasons, like the Grey Knights, I believe, like last time they had a full refresh, it did not sell as well as they'd like. And it was in a time of hardship for Games Workshop too, or just before a time of hardship, so those past sales were not good. And the same goes for Dark Eldar. And this is why I don't really commonly see a lot of new models for them, because they just don't sell well enough for Games Workshop to think it's worth the investment. That being said, Games Workshop's profits have absolutely skyrocketed recently. And in the past, they have used the profits from things like Space Marines to expand other ranges that, you know, otherwise aren't as short-term profitable. But long-term, they will profit back. So we can hope that with this, they'll do the same thing. But at the same time, they don't like releasing too many models back to back because it causes a lot of customer exhaustion. So they don't want to release like 6 new ranges, one after the other. They want to actually leave some gaps. Which is also sometimes where they make an announcement, but then it's like some of the models and the announcement won't come out for like another 6 months. Because effectively, they just don't want too much. It's all sales tactics, effectively. But we can hope that some of these factions come back. Or, do you know, get better refreshes and stuff. House Khmer fleeing from wrongful persecution by going into the warp and going back in time to become the very Chaos Knights that got them persecuted in the first place. Oh my gosh, that sounds hilarious. Like that orc that shot himself to get a second copy of his own gun. Because he travelled through time when he went through the warp. Hi, yes, Dado, by the way. How you doing? can't wait till the outsider Catan says hello and you find out that the outsider Catan's actually for Hive Mind. No! Actually, a key point to the book I read, won't give a name to avoid spoilers, but an exterminator's fleet arrived a few decades early because of a warp. Whoa. That's cool. What I like about this blue is it's so strong that it can go over yellow. So it can go over the areas where I actually didn't paint the correct blue underneath it, and it still just shows as a blue and not a green. There we go. Okay, that's another one done of that blue. Oh, you won your first LIGA match yesterday against Imperial Knights. Nice! What army were you using, by the way? None of your models are done. Okay, it's not done. I mean, for like the blue I was painting onto it, that had finished for now. Oh, so a bunch of my models
None
are
of your
done.
models are done. You lie.
A bunch of my models are done. I painted those 20 spacemen. Okay, I've not actually finished yet. I said I was going to finish it off stream, but I've not finished the battle wagon for Battle Fortress. I want to get a bunch of, what's it called, done. I've been ill. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to get done, but I've not. Like, I want to get some, not dry brushing, undercoating done. Priming. But it's just trying to find the time and stuff. And the weather. And my health. How's the struggle going? We've got models painted. We've been testing out ways of painting these claws. And as you can see, I've been going like with these pinks and reddy tones. To like try making the claws distinctive colour from the rest of the chitin. I think it looks pretty okay. We've also painted this light coloured blue on one of our models, and we're now doing this dark colour blue over it. I've done that on 2 other models. Photon. Oh, nice. And you beat Imperial Knights. That's pretty hard. Imperial Knights are pretty good right now. I'm guessing you had a bunch of railguns. Oh gosh, my tummy hurts so badly. Yeah. Did you know there's a Chinese burglar? Burgling everyone. Oh. I've been playing as a Chinese Empress in Crusader Kings. And oh my gosh, my characters just want to live forever. She's the oldest person in the world right now. And her father died at age 102. Photon Fiend Knights was probably fun. Mostly because I like to think the knights made for Photon make little squishy noises. No! My mechanic and Carl killed a knight on their own. Nice! Like a full-on knight on Armiger. The Armigers are the smaller knights. Because that was a full-on knight. That's impressive for a character to do. Like a Carl. She from the Philippines. What? No, I've been playing. No, I've been playing off stream. I've got this character. That I've been playing for ages, like before Christmas. Not on stream at all. Who is... I started as a great-grandfather. And then he died. And he only owned a county in the middle of China. Then I played as his grandson. And he grew up, passed some exams, and China collapsed. And he rebuilt China by himself. And then I played as his daughter. And I'm still playing as his daughter. And she's like in her 90s now. And the character that we've been playing on stream that we started a couple of weeks ago, she's from Taiwan, not the Philippines. I've not played her much off stream, only a little bit. To try and get some busy work done. Seems night enough. Armager melee felt night enough. Yeah, that is night enough. And killing one of them in melee is impressive. About Redemptor capabilities in terms of like how hard it is to kill them. And a Redemptor is not easy to take down. I think they got 3+ armor save, toughness. Is it toughness 10? Is it toughness 9? I know it's a 3+ armor save, and then like 14 wounds. And the Hellrafane's not too dangerous in melee. Although it can shoot you if it does survive a melee, and that can be dangerous, taking point blank rounds to the face of autocannons. But for other one, the thermal spear one, that one's dangerous in melee. Like, it has a lot of damage output. It can very easily kill a Carl. And then if it shoots you point blank range with its melter shot, yeah, you don't want that. This might be toughness 9, yeah. I think it's toughness 9. Armigers are still very good though. The main dangers of them is just how it's for cheap. And they just pump out so much damage. I do kind of like at the moment that vehicles rule the roost. Because it does make people have to take, you know, a lot of anti-tank and stuff. And I feel that's just like incredibly accurate for what a military should be arming themselves with. Lots of anti-tank. Yeah, Armigers are toughness 9. Unfortunately, the Codex took battle line from them outside of the Armiger detachment. Yeah. I was drinking then. So yeah, there's a lot of powerful stuff out there. There we go. Oh, the blue, for blue. I like this shade of blue so much. Oh, darn it, I just missed. That's fine. There we go. Maybe. That's another one. I just gotta look at these talons again. How is that looking? It's looking nice. Yeah, that's looking nice. I like the talons. I like the talons. Except Moivak's version. Why do you suppose the Western one is battle line? Wait, that one's still battle line. I thought it wasn't. I mean, can't the Moivak's one basically be built like the normal ones? I'm gonna have to check. I swear at one point the Moivak's one could be built using the exact same loadout as like the thermal spear or whatever. Imperial Knights, House Aladoric. Yeah, over here it says it's a field. It's not.
Either they forgot it exists, more likely than you think, or that's intentional.
I'm sure it has a battle line keyword. Wait, where are you reading it as a battle line keyword? Because on my list here, it doesn't show that it has the battle line keyword. It just shows it's got the vehicle keyword. I'm not sure that's correct. Yeah, it can't have the other loadouts. It can only have the Western loadouts. That's... Oh, Poseidon joined the Discord. Hello. Oh, cool models. Cool Imperial Fist models. Yeah, on my new recruit thing, it shows that it's a vehicle. So I don't know if your Warhammer thing is correct or not. Guess they finally changed it. A new recruit's not always correct, mind you. Glad I came back to hear your reaction. Yeet. The Imperial Fists are really cool models. You got really nice yellows. There we go. Oh. By the way. Problem was he had one big knight in the middle of a board. What? So anything he could see would die the next round. Oh, that's not fun. But I guess that's how knights work. Look at those spikes. What a good boy. Yeah. White and purple one. On the Son of Phoenix. Oh, the yellow tabard and shield. A pro accurate orange yellow. Oh. For acrylics. That's nice. There we go. There we go. Oh, so lovely. Such a lovely model. Oh, I think it's Monument Hobbies. This dry brush. Faux synthetic dry brush. Oh yeah, they are Monument Hobbies. Oh, that's cool. I don't know if their other brushes are any good or not, but I do know these dry brushes are perfectly... It's not hard to get a dry brush good for, to do a dry brush well, though. I use Winsor & Newton brushes for my other ones, the CV7 brushes. Very nice brushes. Were made by Taliban. She always shoot for bait. What are you on about? Look, it says Winsor & Newton CV7 Finest Sable, England. So pro acrylic paint seemed to be £4 to £4.5 for UK. It's about £2.50, £2.70. Actually, no. How expensive is it now? I know it depends of the paint, because some of them are like really are like £4.50. Others are cheaper. Let's go over here. The website is not the furthest off. More build and paint. Let's look at the paints. Okay, £4.75 for fees, and you can get them for usually 20 to 25% off. Or in buy 10, get the most expensive free. So, and I could usually buy like big, oh yeah, I'd see £2.75 over here for Ovic Flesh. Those are spray cans, £3.70 for Rule Nod brush, £2.75 for the dry ones. Same for all the dries, £2.75 for the Blood God, £2.75
Me and my cat were napping to Conjuror's voice.
What was it? See, me and my cat were napping. Oh, nice! I'm glad you had a good nap. Yeah, so it's about £2.75 to £4 something, depending on the paint. A lot of the expensive ones, I think, are in the bigger bottles, like this one, which are... I don't know how many millimeters they are. 18 milliliters. So maybe they'll be better. I don't know. I'll have to look at other paints and see how they compare. It's just when you already know one colour of paint, or do you know one set of paints, it's easy to work with those paints. And then learning about other colours makes it just a little bit harder to then use them. Like, I've got colour guides. What's this to do? Her flesh tones are amazing. Oh. She came out amazing. That's nice. What's the last flesh tone I did? I don't think I've done any faces recently. The most we've done is the arms of those neophytes for my Templar. Like in proper flesh tones and not this tyranny stuff. There we go. Like, I'll get my Templar that with painted skin tones out in a moment. After this one. Oh yeah, the blues are going well. The blues are going well. Oh yeah, don't forget to like this stream. Every like on this stream is another Tyrannid that's going to want paint but never get it. I need to learn how to do human faces. I've not done any human. I once got relatively good at them. And I can't find any of my old guardsmen that I actually painted a face off well. Because I just remember one day, it's like somehow just like nailing a guardsman's face. And I just immediately just started mass producing the guardsmen. And I got most of the faces relatively okay. Some of the faces were absolutely terrible. But some of them were fine. I think I've tried a couple of faces in terms of just when I've been testing stuff out, but that's about it. Most we've done is really just the Tyrannid faces I've painted. Which can be a bit difficult trying to do for eyes when you've got enough of chitin over the face. That's making it so you can only approach the eyes from one angle. And it's like, no. Why? A bit like, you know, some of the marine heads that have a really heavy lip over the face. Over the top of the eyes, like big old eyebrow on the helmet. There we go. Was this done? Yeah, that's done. And we got another. We got 4 of the blues done. Oh my gosh, so productive today. Oh no, I did do one face. That is it. I did an arc face, didn't I? Obviously. And it was really hard. Helmets are cool enough. Yeah, helmets are cool enough. Picked up both of them, Minka Lex. Boskis, Minska Lex doesn't have a helmet option. She doesn't. And it turns out for those models are harder to convert than I expected them to be. Yeah, this was for Arc we painted. And his face wasn't too hard to do, to be honest. Main thing was just trying to experiment, trying to make that Volkite thing look glowy. Correctly. Yeah, move this over. And then for only of the skin tones we've done are of these neophytes, which we were trying to paint like a big bunch of them at the same time. I'm not a big fan of how this came out in the end, but it's fine. The skin tones weren't too bad. Like, I tried doing 3 different shades of skin tone, a lighter skin tone, a sort of, this one didn't go too well. A sort of more tan skin tone as well. And then a darker skin tone. I think the darker skin tones came out well. Or maybe not fair, actually. So I was trying to mass produce these. But yeah. The main thing is just trying to keep this consistency of when doing the skin tone. I think the thing I don't like about this one is that he's a bit too shiny. It's like he oiled himself up. Yeah. It came out okay in the end, I guess. What's wrong with him being oiled up? I mean, if you want him being oiled up, that's fine. But I didn't want him oiled up. That wasn't what I was going for with him. But yeah, I wanted to do 3 different skin tones. Partly because I thought it would be fun. Also because, you know, I just wanted to experiment a bit. Learn how to do different skin tones. Oh. Yeah, I think these guys look better in person than they do on camera, though. Maybe the saturation's a bit too high on them. Let me mess about with this, because sometimes if I just lower it to about 60, if that helps. Oh yeah, and we named them, like this one's Jeff. My name's Jeff. And this one's Webby. And this one's Abal. And this one's Bob. Bob! Yeah, these ones we started with white undercoat. For Black Templar, yeah, white undercoat for Black Templar. Went as well as you'd expect it did. Took forever to get it painted properly and look correct. Roughly. Oh. And I'm not a big fan of white undercoats. I prefer grey undercoats. My gosh, Von Ryan Leapers are so big. Rawr. Nom 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 nom. And actually, these crosses, I did a bit better with them than I really thought I did. I remember the crosses being an absolute mess. But honestly, they look neater than I remember them. I like my models, especially like my Marines and stuff, you know, being all dirty and all, yeah, the leather's here. I should have been a bit more careful with the washes. I think that's one of the reasons why these things look so oiled up at times and so shiny, is I just went a bit too heavy with the washes. Your models are so cool. Thank you. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering what these helmets are from, they're from the, I think it's Mark II Space Marines? For Horus Heresy, it might be Mark III. Either way, for Horus Heresy heads that have spikes on them, and I just cut the spikes off and use them for my neophytes. Because I don't like the idea of my neophytes going into battle without helmets. Oh god. Tommy is in pain. Oof. I am in a lot of pain. Okay, we got 4 models done in blue. And then just 3 more to go. But I'm just gonna sit back for a couple of minutes. I still can't find out who or what Von Ryan is and why a Tyranid is named after it. So Von Ryan Leapers were not originally Tyranids, or at least not originally thought to be Tyranids. Instead, they're just a reference to to, I think, is it 2nd edition codex that showed like Von Ryan Lepus? Or is it 3rd edition Tyranids? I say 2nd edition, I would like the 2nd Tyranid codex, not like 2nd edition, because Tyranids didn't exist in 2nd edition 40k. So being 3rd edition 3rd or 4th edition codex. Yeah, 3rd or 4th edition codex. And it just basically said 4 models is pretty blooming good. You know, we didn't do that much. All we did is literally, so we went from face to face on 4 models. We also went from one that had no blue on it to having blue on it, and we've experimented with these talons. Yeah. Maybe they exist, but they didn't tell you. Oh yeah, so in that book, they were talking about like different creatures that could potentially be related to the Tyranids. And one of them was Von Ryan Lepus, which weren't a Tyranid. They had already existed in the galaxy and on like a planet. And they were named after that by like whatever explorer first discovered them. Or whatever AdMech biologist who documented them decided to call them. But it seems that with 10th edition, they've been confirmed to be a Tyranid. Either that or they've been absorbed by the Tyranids. And now the Tyranid produces them. But either way, it's now something the Tyranid produces, and they still go by the original designation of Von Ryan Lepus. Similar to... Oh, what is it? The Parasite of Mortrex is still called just the Parasite of Mortrex. Reject Stealer, evolved to Lictor. I mean,
Reject Gene Stealer, evolved to Lictor.
Yeah, Gene Stealers and Lictors kind of at one point had a sort of, you know, line of evolution. Where the Gene Stealer model looked very similar to... Well, one of the ways that you could build Gene Stealers looked very similar to the way you can build Lictors. I mean, it's still very true today, but turns out the 2 of them are only related by the fact of the Tyranids. They're not actually... And they have very similar roles, though, don't they? Both of them are Scouter forces. Both of them love stealth. Both of them have a habit of, you know, eating the enemy and, like, learning from their DNA and stuff and their memories. Both of them do very similar stuff. Oh. Oh. I just want to click here. Look how cool these models are. I want to get these. Just because of how cool it looks. I'm so excited for these guys, though. Because there's Pinchio. I don't really care about Pinchio, to be honest. This guy's a cool model. Where is he? Not him. This guy's a cool model. I want these guys. Oh. Oh, look at him. She's starting a Saint Charmy. At least make it a Sangor folk. No, I'm not starting a Saint Charmy. I just want the train. But she has 2 banners. He has 2 banners. No, it's just 1 banner that, you know, looks like 2 banners. Oh, he has a helmet. Oh, that's so cool. I like it. Kind of looks like a Dark Eldar helmet. He comes with a helmeted option this time in case he needs to cut out the screaming of the insufferable red corsairs and focus on piracy. Yeah. Do what you want, because a pirate is free. We are pirates. Your heart. Yeah. No, it's 2. No, it's just 1 big bun. It's just 1 banner that looks like 2, but definitely for case Talan. Look, see, it's even just 1 piece of plastic. Oh gosh. And banners suck. Who wants a banner on the back? Oh my gosh, this guy's so cool. Look, he's got a big old banner on his back. That's so cool. Oh, I might give him 2 banners back. That'll be twice as cool. Or like a Prince Uriel. So silly looking. With his double banners. This guy, so cool looking. Oh gosh. I'm hoping that they come with a Wraith Cannon. I'll be really sad if the new Void Guard release without a Wraith Cannon. I love my Wraith Cannon. You also get 10 existing Corsair Void Guard miniatures that augment your forces with light ground-based firepower and 2 Eldari Craftworld transfer sheets. Oh, I want to get this box. I want to get this box. It's so cool. Look at this Viper. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, look at this thing. It's so cool. Oh. And look at these guys are so cool. Except him. He looks silly. Oh, but the rest of them look so cool. Oh my gosh, he's got one eye. He's got an eye patch. Oh, I love these dudes. And look at that, he's got a hook. Or she's got a hook. We're gonna hook ya. Oh yeah, and look, new Votan box set coming out. New Dark Elder box set coming out as well. I love airplanes. Sadly, for kin, have none. In 10th edition codex, there is really cool art of their spaceships. What's this? Oh yeah, the kin don't have any airplanes. And they do have some really cool other artwork though. And they don't have any ships. And we're not going to get those types of things in, you know, because they don't do Battlefleet Gothic. And that's not what I wanted. What did I want? Wasn't him. Wasn't you. Wasn't you. It was you. Oh, I like that model. That is cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's very meh. That's... it's okay. Oh, these guys are cool. Look how emo they are. It's so emo. Oh, look, he's got a melter gun. Look at that power fist. That's so cool. Look at that bolt gun. Oh my gosh, it looks like he's about to just throw that at this dude's head. I miss the Ferial, the Flayer in the Night Lord books. He was the apothecary of Huron. Oh! That sounds cool. Oh, the V of Captain looks so cool. They look kind of boring. You know, seeing these guys, after looking at these guys, Legionnaires look like they need a proper model update and not just another upgrade kit. Like, look how clunky these guys look compared to how elegant these ones look. Look at this dude. The guy she tells you not to worry about compared to you. Yeah. Night Lord style, they stole a ship from the Red Corsairs. I mean, that makes sense. I would steal a ship from the Red Corsairs. What are they going to do about it? Call the police! They wouldn't dare. Also, Night Lords! To be honest, this kill team seems very skewed against these ones. Oh, did we fix this yet? Yeah, it says a team of 9 operatives. Well, yeah, there's 3, 6, 9, 10. There's 10 operatives. It says 6-man strong here, and there's 3, 6. And one of them's a captain. Might just get that kill team box and self-assist us. I'm probably just going to wait for the Night Lord kill team box to come out, unless the kill team box is like really cheap, which I doubt it will be. I kind of want to get these. I want to start a towel first. Do you want to see what my towel list is like? I'm not going to yet, but one day. I want to make, where is it? The towel, here they are. Oop, it's accidentally got something in that I don't want there. A hammerhead gunship. Yeah, I didn't mean to have that in there. Yeah, it has 10 Vespid Stingwings, because I do have the Stingwings. 5 Stealth Battle Shoots, because they look so cool. 10 Pathfinders, because that comes with a Combat Patrol. Devilfish, Combat Patrol. Reacher Team, Combat Patrol. Commander and Cold Star Battlesuit, Combat Patrol. Then Cadra Fireblade. And then Ghost Keel. And Sunforge. Oh, yeah. The tower could be so cool if they just... If we're more than just mechs. They are more than just mechs. Like, look at these guys. They're not mechs. They're just people in suits. Like, they kind of are mechs. They're like mini mechs in a way. Well, like at the moment, Breacher teams and Pathfinders are like the 2 things that Tau does a lot of. Like, competitively. Like, here's your Breacher team that just comes out to be Devilfish and just absolutely minces your enemy. You've then got, like, your Dark Blade over here, who's pretty cool. You got your Ethereal. You got your Fireblade. You got Giant Gun. Pathfinder team's really cool. Target at Vecinos is supposed to also have. And where are they? Where are they? Down, Vespid Stingwing, super cool. Kill Team Farsight Kinband. Kroot Lone Spear, super cool. Kroot Hounds. Krootox Rider. Kroot Shaper. Kroot Flesh Shaper. Kroot Trail Shaper. Krootox Rampagers. And Kroot Carnivores. Yeah. They have psychic polar bears in Norse. They are only in the ships. Yeah. They would be super cool if they made a kill team that was like led by a psychic polar bear or whatever, or had one in it. And like it had other auxiliaries and stuff in. That's what I really want them to release. I want them to release an auxiliary kill team. You can have a couple of Votan in there, a couple of kin, sorry. A couple of humans. And then a psychic polar bear. And then just some other aliens. You know, some really weird looking aliens. Maybe a Talon dog soldier. Nikisar. Yeah. I would really love that. Like, yes, they're meant to only be on ships. But also... we have this. If Imperium can have a navigator model, then the Tau can have a psychic polar bear. And similarly, we have the Imperium's version of a Breacher team. Imperial Navy Breachers. That Chain Fist absolutely sucks. Look at the little... oh, it's adorable. It's like a little Wally. They use their psychic powers to float around the ships. Yeah. They kind of can't be planet side. The ships are literally 0G because they are fully void bound. You know, they'll just have a special suit to help them go planet side. You know? I just do the law. Just change the law. We've done it before. Just change the law to say that they can go planet side, they just don't like to, and they use special suits to do so. That would be super cool. Hi, Clyde. Welcome back. Man, boop the law. I want my polar bears. Also, they are pancake polar bears. So what are you saying for, like, tardigrades? Gosh, you're a cat now. I'm not a cat. That's not a cat tease. That's just some fondant that got some fluff stuck in them. Some lint. Yeah. This is such a cool model. I love this model. Why don't we have a standard Inquisitor though? Like, why don't we have a no-named Inquisitor model? Inquisitor named. Inquisitor named. Inquisitor named. Inquisitor also named. Inquisitor named. Also, I like how there's two squads of Inquisitorial agents, because one's a kill team and one isn't. And the difference is 50 pence. Like... Are they actually two completely different? Yeah, they are. No, maybe not. I'm not even sure. They look very similar. They probably are just the same. Eisenhorn, my beloved, yeah. Yeah. Well, why don't we have an Inquisitor model? We need a generic Inquisitor model. Preferably with multiple weapon options. Oh gosh. Okay, I've rested myself now. So I'm gonna go back. We're gonna paint again. I apologize sometimes. I'm a very ill person. Being chronically ill is not fun. Sometimes I have to take a break. Because my tummy hurts. And it's hard to work when your tummy hurts, especially leaning over a model like this. I just think the same models in different order, that's insane. One of them has the kill team set in for doing other rules and stuff, the other one doesn't, I believe. Also, they weren't just the same models in different orders. One of them had a big old chainsaw, the others didn't. I think that's just literally just different weapon option. That you could build for both. Have you seen Clarence? Yes, I have seen Clarence. It's amazing. I'm hoping Games Workshop makes an official Clarence now. Next commemorative miniature, Clarence. It's Clarence. It's Clarence. Be strong, Clarence. Of a hive mind. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you go on Reddit and go on the Tyranid subreddit, I actually posted in the Warhammer channel on the Discord about it. For someone posted a model of an exocrine that they tried like converting something that they tried converting into an exocrine, and it became a meme, and people loved it because it looks very silly. Oh darn it. But anyone who says Clarence is silly and not beautiful is an evil person that you should never trust. He's now on all the Reddits. Yeah, I saw him on the Tau Reddit and other ones. Hi, Longstocks. How you doing? Wait, there was a stream? I didn't even notice. Yeah, there was. I didn't upload the stream. Like, schedule it properly. until a couple of hours before the stream because I was ill last night and then I was ill this morning. So I was a bit, you know, in a good position too. But it's fine. It's fine. There we go. It's Clarence. It's Clarence. He's a lovely tyranid. It's Clarence. It's Clarence. The greatest one around. You want to give him hugs, I found. You want to say it's true. You want to help him all around. You want to give him hugs. You took a nap and missed this? No, the evil nap. I hope your nap was good. I hope it was very, very restful. As restful as the pineapple living in the trees. As restful as anything that you've ever had. I'm singing again, it's bad. I'm singing again, it's sad. 100 unpainted term. It is true. I've not painted a single one of my Terminators. And I never will. I will. There's, I want to get these painted. And then there's 26 Space Marines that I want painted. I want to test the colour scheme we've got going. Then I want to get my Mastodons painted.
How evil.
How evil. Primeval! Primeval, it's a British show about dinosaurs and time travelling that never made any sense. But everyone loved it despite its $5 budget. And then they cancelled it for no apparent reason. They tried making spin-offs in America and Australia, and none of them ever went anywhere because it wasn't as good as the $5 budget one. Not Doctor Who. It was a show called Primeval, which was, I think it was done by the BBC. Might have been. It might be an ITV for all I know. And it was about dinosaurs and for like these portals to the past. It was just opening around the world. And you had this organization that was like having to fix it. And because the portals like went back into the past, you had dinosaurs like walking through the portals and attacking people in our time place. It was back when dinosaurs were all the rage, you know. Like they had that other TV show that was all about like this weird world where dinosaurs kind of coexisted with humans. And then zombies became... No, then pirates became all the rage. And then zombies became all the rage. And then everyone stopped caring. Oh no, then it became really weird historical fantasy dramas. Like Game of Thrones, Downton Abbey. They became all the rage. Lord of the Rings. Wheel of Time, Rings of Power. What's going to become all the rage next? Demon Hunters? I don't think so. We already had that with Supernatural. Dinosaurs never stopped being cool. That's what you think. No, dinosaurs are cool. Anyone watch Lost? I've not watched Lost. I've heard its ending was terrible, though. Oh, we never did the side parts of this head. Same with this one. Ah. Well, whatever. Oh gosh, that does not look good. That looks black. Oh, whatever, I can go over with Baharath blue again. I've heard a lot of good stuff about the Fallout TV show. Except sometimes Reddit's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's so bad. And then I'm like, is it that bad? But that being said, I've heard from people who absolutely adore Rings of Power. And then I've heard people who absolutely hate it, but then I found out that for people who hate it, you know, if they kind of hated that the main character was a woman in it. I've not tried Rings of Power. I want to watch it. I want to watch it. I like my Lord of the Rings. Is it going to be lore accurate? Probably not. Was the films lore accurate? Nope. Were the elves at the Battle of the Two Towers? At Two Towers in the Battle for Helm's Deep? Nope. Other than Legolas. Did Gandalf say, you shall not pass in the books? No. He just said you cannot pass. And then he made it so, because that's how magic works in Lord of the Rings. Was Denethor a mad, crazy person in the books? Not really. He was quite a sensible person. Who had gone a bit depressed since, you know, looking through the Palantir. The T-Rex is always one of the best choices besides a Triceratops. Or, in other words, sexism, yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are like, have actual gripes or whatever with Fallout or whatever. And with Rings of Power and stuff. But unfortunately, a lot of like these main detractors of it are, you know, they're not coming from really good places with it. A lot of them are kind of just grifters. They took some missteps in the Fallout TV show. I still enjoy watching it, but they're changing a lot of the lore. I imagine the Fallout TV show, I don't know if it's actually lore accurate. As in, like, if what happens with a TV show will affect future games. I'm not sure what Bethesda said about that. I'd be surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised in either case. I'm not surprised that they changed the law, but at the same time, I would be, surprised if it is actually going to impact the games at all. That being said, it might do. A game like Space Marine and so on wasn't meant to impact the lore of Warhammer. Like, it wasn't meant to be accurate, but it became popular enough that they decided it should impact the lore of the tabletop. And it should be accurate. Which is fair enough. And that's entirely possible what will happen with the Fallout TV show. If it's popular enough, it might actually change the law of the games. Not that the games necessarily were incredibly in keeping with their own law, mind you. I know that there's like a lot of discrepancies between Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4. And especially even more if you go back to 1 and 2. You just rewatched the new Pantheon stock you forgot about? Ooh. They tried to bring female custodies. Did they succeed? New models? Yeah, we do have new models. We have new female custody models. You don't have to build them as female if you don't want to, but you can if you do. Honestly, people who complain about the female custody stuff, I struggle to take seriously. When I saw a bunch of people have serious gripes with the new Space Marine heads because they said they look too much like women, and you know, that it's Games Workshop trying to force women into the game, and it's like, no, it's literally male heads. I don't know how you're seeing these heads as women. I mean, maybe the way it's painted a little bit. It's Games Workshop. They're not great with faces, I guess. Although I didn't think the faces were bad. It's just like different styles of faces. It's like, no. You can't seriously be thinking this is Games Workshop trying to bring female Space Marines. What the hell, Games Workshop? Yeah, no, female custodies are a thing. They've always been a thing. Look, back when I first read lore about the custodies, the first thing that they said, they were a brotherhood made from the sons and daughters of Terran nobles. I'm joking, that's not what it was. I mean, I don't really care. For lore, forget the Warhammer changes quite often, and I don't really care about it changing too much. It's like, they got rid of squats. Oh, fair enough, I guess, if they're not too popular. They brought them back! That's cool. We now called Leagues of Photon, and they got Photon cars. I like that. It's like, sometimes they change the law, everyone agrees it's amazing. Sometimes they change the law and it's diversive. Sometimes they change it and everyone's like, no, that sucks. Like, how many times have they changed what the tower were about? We went from, like, actual good guys to, you know, mind controllers to now they just got a disordered society. From Farsight being the actual good guy to now he's being, like, more like Tau version of Mustache Man. I have a meme I made earlier for this. Yeah. And it's fine. If you don't want to build your custodies as women or whatever, you don't have to. If you don't want to accept that as part of your law for your custody army, that's perfectly fine. You're allowed to make your own law for your own army. That's always been the point. People are allowed to build the models the way they want and have fun with it. And Warhammer's allowed to change what they want with their IP. There we go. It really isn't. There was a 20-year period after Cupcake! Yay! Oh my gosh!
Thank you for becoming a cupcake mage. Posing 9.
Yeah, thank you for becoming a cupcake mage because he sent it in for memes. It really just something. There was a 20-year period after RT where they didn't really change much. Are you sure? Like, they had Gene Stealer cults, and they got rid of the Gene Stealer cults, and they brought Tyranids in, then they brought the Gene Stealer cults back. The Tyranids once, when they first brought in, were capable of diplomacy. Carpet needs you to find the difference between those with the same picture. You know, Madison, he is... What is his name? Something Maddleston, whatever. I like him, he's cool. We are all cupcakes, but we tiny. It's true. It's true. But what else was there? Oh yeah, and then they brought the Necrons. The Necrons were all like these weird dudes who were just like pure evil, unthinking machines. Almost unthinking. The only ones that had any level of sentience were the Lords, and even them, it was debatable how much they had. They just felt hate and hated everyone. Now they're kind of capable of diplomacy. Some of them are kind, some of them aren't. Farsight has changed a bunch. I feel like a lot of the laws changed. Newcons was a good retcon in my eyes. I think it's a good retcon as well. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that they make a lot of retcons. They make a lot of changes, and I feel like it's... While they do sometimes have a period of peace with it, it's... They don't really have long periods of time where they don't make changes. I think maybe the 5th to 8th edition pipeline is probably where they had the least... No. When did they... I think, was it 8th edition where they gained agency? It might have been. Or was it 9th edition? Was it the previous one? No, I think it was earlier. I think it was the 8th edition. I know between 4th and 5th edition, you had like a bunch of changes with various factions, especially Tyrannidy stuff and Tau stuff. And sometimes it's not entire faction laws. Sometimes it's like battles and stuff suddenly change. Oh yeah, that's it. During that 20-year period or whatever, you had the Black Templar went from Holy Grail, Monty Python and the Holy Grail characters, to murder hobos, to unalive hobos, sorry, to praising navigators and thinking like they're the light of the Emperor type of thing, to suddenly be going back to the, you know, slaughter everybody kind of mindset. And that's in fact just like one short period of in a relatively short period of time. I kind of liked it when they made them a bit more moderate. Now you've got the idea that for some who are moderate, some who are extreme. Then you had... What else was there? You had multiple wars. You had the entire 13th Black Crusade stuff and all of that lore retcon. And that got like retconned in like 2 or 3 different ways. The first couple of retcons were kind of minor retcons. And then you had the big one, which, you know, ripped the entire galaxy in half. I think that one was probably one of the worst ones they've done. Basically, any sort of retcon where they've had like a big campaign and they've been like, hey, we've got a big campaign, everybody can play in this big campaign and contribute to it, and then we'll decide on what happens based on these contributions. and they go, okay, since the Imperium basically won that, the 13th Black Crusade is a failure. That kind of halts into this stalemate. And then they retconned on that. And I feel like that's a bit of an insult to the fans to some extent. Now, yeah, you can argue that's really good for the lore and whatever. And it's like added a lot of impact, especially for Chaos. Made them feel a lot more threatening again. But at the same time, it did kind of screw over the fans to some extent. And for similarly, they had a thing with Armageddon where they did something similar. And I think it was the Orcs were meant to win, but then for like, nah, we can't have the Orcs win. Something else has to happen instead. So yeah, for what I think a lot of the retcons are good, and you see for retcons like the Necron retcons that are generally more widely accepted, and it's like I've only had like the entire Custodes are massive retcon in many ways, in terms of they were not meant to be an active fighting force in the galaxy, and now they are. And that's a big retcon. That's basically just a massive retcon of the Custodes, and they went from just being 10,000 strong to apparently having way more than 10,000. They went from being relatively rare and it being impossible to make new ones to, or about virtually impossible, to, you know, yeah, we can just make new ones whenever needed. And what else? They went from having technology that they couldn't replicate to, you know, having loads of tech. We can still mass produce these weapons, or at least produce them enough of the Custodes to have them. So I don't know. And then, yeah, oh yeah, I had the entire Primarchs coming back as well. So it's... I don't really mind them, to be honest. I mean, that being said, I'm a woman who I don't mind seeing more female models in my hobby. Because, well, I'm probably one of the few people that this, you know, is made to help me include. So, and they have said that there's no plan to make female Space Marines. They have said all Space Marines are male, and they don't plan to change that. So you're picking up... I might do, actually. I really like the look of the new models. I would kind of just want to get a squad of them. Just to build. And to be honest, I would probably do that whether they made them female or not. Because I really like the new models over the old ones. Some people have been like, yeah, the old ones are just way better. I'm like, what? What? No, the new ones are so cool. Like, all of my complaints that I had about the old Custodes have basically been addressed. I'm like, yes, I kind of want to get some. But that's the entire thing of why I kind of want the Agents of the Imperium to include Custodes in the future. So I ended up having this. This thing came out, it came and knotted here. So I re-knotted it. So yeah, I kind of... Well, that's why I want the Agents of the Imperium to have like a squad of Custodes or something, just so that I can buy a single squad of Custodes and like put them into my other armies. But yeah. I don't really see how it's controversial, though. I mean, I can kind of, but at the same time, I think people make way more of a big deal of it than it really should be. So they could have left them as being guys like they were before and just updated the models? Potentially. Potentially. I do like the new models. The funny thing about Custody is that until the Horror's Heresy novels came out, the entire lore could be written on the back of a postage stamp, so adding female member. I know, that's one of the things. But the main thing I don't like about Custodies, and it still hasn't changed, is the fact that they have become an army. And that's the main reason why I don't even want to get the models. Like, that's the main thing that puts me off them. It's like, adding female Custodies doesn't really matter to me as much as them actually having an army. I don't like the army existing. I don't like the fact that they brought the Primarchs back too much. I kind of like it and I kind of don't like it at the same time, because I liked the mystery aspect of Warhammer and, you know, this entire age of mythos that there was in Warhammer. And a lot of that has just kind of disappeared into, yes, I can now just put a Primarch down, and yes, I do know exactly how powerful a Primarch would have been. And it's like, what do you like, Cupcake? Nothing! I like nothing! What was the fact that Noble's son's thing was a subtle hostage situation? I want your firstborn son to be my bodyguard is way nicer than we're taking your son so you'll play nice. Yeah. I mean, that can still work entirely with how the thing works now. You don't have a firstborn son? Well, I'm taking your firstborn daughter instead. It's like, no! Because, I mean, if you're going by a medieval thing, then yeah, women could actually inherit. If there was no man to inherit, then a woman could inherit the throne and stuff. So, yeah, and your estate. So it works entirely in the same way of European dignitaries and stuff. You don't have a son to give. Well, firstborn daughter could make more firstborn sons. No, you take the firstborn daughter, and then the secondborn daughter makes more firstborn sons. And he could argue that the firstborn son could make more firstborn sons. I mean, that's how biology works. Both sides need to be involved. And as soon as you turn someone into a custody by not having any more children, as far as I'm aware, unless that changes, now that would be a controversial law addition. Oh, but yeah, it's... I mean, I don't know. I don't really see how it's a big controversy, I guess. I think the far bigger controversy is the fact that we now have custodies. Get for Demon Calabar. No! But yeah. They could be fun. But I just still think the entire thing is they didn't exactly give them boob armor. Now that's something I'd like. I like that they haven't given them boob armor. I liked that they haven't made the faces extremely feminine. It's like, no, this is a process that turns you into a Chad Maximus super soldier. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. You're going to be doing the entire... or what do they call it? Mewing. You're going to have a mewing face. You're going to be big, muscular, and, you know, square-jawed. That's what's going to happen to you. I do like that. That's one reason why I've never collected Sisters of Battle. is that I don't really like the boob armor. I'm like, why do we got to have a boob? That's the main thing that always just put me off the models. I kind of like the models at the same time, but I'm like, I want to get them. I don't want to get them. The fact that they take mostly nobles is weird to me. Would you really want to limit yourself to a 40k equivalent of inbred Habsburgs? Considering that once they take them, they completely mess with their genes, I don't think it matters. But if you read the new thingamajig over here, there's new questions. They talk about the nobility and stuff and how it's not just nobles anymore. You run out of noble houses even after you conquered all of Terra. Yeah, they're not just recruiting from nobles. So yeah. I don't know. I just think it's cool. I do want to get a squad. I probably will get a squad and do you know the new character that came out with them. And I hope that they eventually do get the ability to ally into other armies, because I really like how, do you know, when you read about custodies in the lore and stuff, I do think it's cool when you see them, not like as a fighting force, but as like you see a custody leading a bunch of space marines. Or you see one like working with the Imperial Guardsmen. Like that's how they seem to act most of the time at the moment. They don't deploy as like an entire army half the time in lore. And even if they do, it's like one squad. The next line irks me. The Imperium needs a constant flow of recruits, as if custodies are just Imperial Guard. Well, the thing is now that they've turned them into basically just that. Like, they're no longer just guarding the Imperial throne. There's now more than 10,000 of them. They're constantly going out into the wider galaxy and doing stuff. And while they're out there, they're constantly dying. When it takes you like 10,000... When you have to recruit somebody, and that person has like a 99% chance of dying in the process, you have to get like 1,000 infants. Or maybe 10,000 infants, and maybe one of them will become a custody. But that's kind of how it works, I think, with them, isn't it? There's apparently a law reason for the Sisters of Battle armor is meant to represent and show for the church as only women in their army. Yeah. I still find it weird. I also don't like how the Sisters of Battle are all women. I've never been a big fan of both of those things, especially for this... For Sisters of Battle being all women, it feels just more like a... It feels more like a cop-out excuse to make them for women, you know? It's like, yeah. I mean, why do you make them women? You're conflating Marines and Custodies. Marines transformation is the one with a high washout. I know that I thought it had a high washout. Maybe I'm misremembering. If it doesn't have a high washout, then yeah, I guess so. This is a battle really is literally a loophole. Yeah, it still felt just weird. Especially when you look at the actual law reason why they are, not law reason, but the real life reason of why Sisters of Battle are the way they are. They originally had male and female space marines. The first Sisters of Battle was just literally a chapter of space marines that were all women. They did not sell very well. A lot of people didn't really like them too much. The law eventually changed where you've only got male space marines, but they wanted to bring back their female space marines as their Sisters of Battle. So they did it with the Sisters of Battle as they are today. And not to upset the Space Marine players, they decided to make them weaker, so they're not genetically modified. They just wear power armor and have bolt guns. So they were weaker than the Space Marines. And then they struggled finding their ground in all of that. So it's no men underarms, yeah, underarms. Well, that sounds incredibly stupid as well when you realise the Tempestus Scions are literally a military arm of the Imperial Church. And to a smaller extent, the Imperial Guardsmen are basically the same. Like, and the Commissars literally learn next to the same people that will become Sisters of Battle. No, they kind of are, but like, if you look at like how the entire organization works and stuff, you realize that everything is basically just under the umbrella of the church. Like, the church is basically a big old political party that has a lot of control of all the things. The Imperial Guardsmen are what effectively were the Imperial Army. Yeah, the Tempestus Scions are technically part of the... Oh, what are they part of? They're under the same umbrella of the... Not Administratum. Is it Administratum? I think it's Administratum. Or something like that. The sisters are only under the Ecclesiarchy. But when you just do the entire thing and go up all the branches, eventually you just get to the Ecclesiarchy and the church, which is basically at the top, and everything else basically just branches out from them. Maybe at some point, and the Tempestus Scions are not directly actually linked to the Astra Militarum. Instead, they're more of their own branch of the Municiatorum or whatever. And they come from the Scholar Pogninium, where the Commissars come from and the Sisters of Battle come from. And they're basically stormtroopers, so they're very similar to the SS groups, which are more linked to a political party rather than the actual Imperial Army. And while the two do work side by side and often under the same commanders, one of them, by being linked to the party and being a military force of effectively that political party. And that's kind of how it works. Just, you only got for one political party, and that's the whatever. I agree, the Inquisitors and Navigators are not nearly so beholden to the Ecclesiarchy, neither of the Assassinarium. Now, they are the ones where it does kind of get a bit separated and murky. Yeah. And you lost in the Windmill of Friendship part. It's very weird. The entire way the Imperium is structured gets very, very weird. Very, very quickly. The Inquisitors basically have their own branch over here. But even then, it's kind of a part of, you know, the Ecclesiarchy. Especially when you think about the Inquisitor is literally meant to be, you know, getting rid of heresies and stuff, and the Inquisitors, you know, very religious organization in theory. But that kind of like branched off into its own separate thing over here. Then you have the Black Templars that are kind of like the Ecclesiarchy. They've kind of, like, through the law, been quite wishy-washy with the Ecclesiarchy. Sometimes it's been said that they have closer ties to the Ecclesiarchy than any other chapter. And that they care more about the Ecclesiarchy than anything else. But then other times it's been said that they don't really get along with the Ecclesiarchy because of basically two different readings of, you know, the Imperial Creed. Where the Black Templars don't agree with the Ecclesiarchy. But that being said, the Black Templar law changes a lot. No, Inquisition isn't part of the church. It's separate intent. It is a separate entity. It's one of those things that has a clear separation, but it's very murky in practice. Technically, Commissars are separate from military command, but also part of it. Yeah. And it's... I don't think it's helped by the law being, like, so... all over the place. Like when I was trying to read it up, was a lot of contradiction in when I was reading about the law. It's like, what? Are the Tempestus Science a direct part to the Astra Militarum or not? It's like, yes, but also no, but no. And it's like, oh, this is... it gets very confusing through it, the entirety of that stuff. And then you have the priests, which are also meant to be separate from the entire thing. And the priests also come from the Scholar Progninium. And the priests are also meant to be, you know... And they're men. Half the priests are men and they literally go into battle. And then you got the Sanctifiers, also part of the Ecclesiarchy. Many of them are men and they go into battle. And then you have all the other... And then you got priests leading armies. And then you got priests in charge of worlds. And commissars aren't part of normal command. No, he's not the only case. Who else is there? Kane? Isn't he a commissar who also has command? And then you've got... I swear you have a few commissars who like have command roles and functions. Oh, and then you got the Death Corps of Kriegs, who commissars are quite linked into their command structure as well. And I think you have the Mardian Iron Guard again. The commissariat are heavily linked into their command structure. Lord Commissars Shand and Kane. Oh, and don't forget big old Baelai of Armageddon. I reiterate, normal command. I mean, considering that the Death Corps of Krieg are now, you know, part of the main codex of the Astra Militarum, it's a pretty normal command structure. You got 3 types of command structures, which comes with commissars. You've got the Catechin and the Chemdog level of command. In basically, the commissars are an entirely separate entity. You got the Cadian level of command, which is the most normal one. Where they're kind of separate, but not as separate. And then you got the Death Corps of Krieg level of command, as well with the Mardian Iron Guard. Or is it just a Mardian Guard? I can't remember. Where the commissars are part of their entire structure of command. Commissars technically have no authority on regular chain of command. They may exercise their moral dictation as if they see fit. They are outside of a normal command structure. Yeah, another example is the Lords of Terror. The head of a church has a seat on the Lords, along with the lead abbess of the Sister of Battle, who is also under the church. Yeah, it gets very confusing very quickly. Yavik, that is his name. Baelai is called Yavik. Oh. I feel like Warhammer lore is very difficult to follow. Like, oh, what is the thing though? The Tempestus Science are technically under a different branch of the Imperial Army though. I think it's a Department Munitatorum, or is it the Administratum? And the Munitatorum is part of the Administratum. Oh, the entire thing gets very murky, and it depends what even sectors you're in. Fall is the current Lord of the Ecclesiarchy. Just she has much better things to do, kicking the enemy in the falls. You gotta love Imperial bureaucracy. I think the point is, with the entire church and all of the way it works in the Imperium, is it's very similar to the real-life medieval and post-Roman church. Well, actually, even maybe early Roman church as well. in which basically it was meant to be something that in itself was kind of separate. Like, yeah, everyone's religious, but the church has no direct influence over the people. It's its own separate entity. But what happens is that over the years, it used its influence and power to further ingrain itself into every single cog of imperial society, until it's hard to tell what's not part of a church and what is. I think that's like an important aspect of the 40k universe. And I think that's one of the things that Gulliman's been having a difficulty with. Hello, Crazy But Nick! You gotta love imperial bureaucracy is the most accurate statement of his entire conversation. True, true. Because when you go through the administratum, there's definitely, like, a large part of the administratum is their, not script writers, scribes, that's the word, scribes. It's all the scribes and stuff, but when you look into the scribes, they're closely related to the ecclesiarchy, and the ecclesiarchy has, like, this massive thing of, you know, producing loads of scribes. Then you got, like, the ecclesiarchy and the Scholar Prognium, and how closely related they are, because that's where the priests, that's where many of their battle priests come from. That's where many of their sanctifiers, their sisters of battle all come from, but it's also where your commissars and your Tempesta Science come from. You've then got your department administratum and your munitiatorum or whatever. And then you've got some of the Lord Commanders of Worlds and stuff who are also priests. And you got some Lord Commanders of the military who are also priests. And then you got, like, the church just replacing people as well. And I'm doing the combat patrol or 2000 and throwing together a random corn nest. Ooh, nice. We've been painting these dudes today. And I've been yapping a bit too much. I've been yapping a bit. I really like how the red's coming out now, actually, on these things. But, oh my gosh, it's 7:45. I've been yapping too much about all of this silliness. I'm sorry we've got so off topic and we spent the last, like, half an hour just talking and not painting. Too much lore. Yeah, it doesn't help that a lot of the time when I'm getting lore, I'm just going, like, on the wiki pages, and those wiki pages are confusing sometimes. Like, they're very contradictory. So maybe, like, I have been trying to read up and trying to, like, figure out as much of, like, what the current lore is, because I know a lot of it's changed. I know that some of it's not changed, there's just new stuff. It's like a lot of the custodies, I'd say most of the custody lore hasn't changed. We've just gotten a lot more of it. Oh gosh. Like, oh, and the same with, like, the Primarchs and stuff and for Horus Heresy. Oh no, some of the Horus Heresy lore has changed because they used to have, like, a few of the stories from the Horus Heresy. Like, you know, you had small snippets of stories and battles. And some of them have changed because now we've had, like, the full explanation of the battles in the books. And they've changed what happened in them. And, like, how the Primarchs behaved and stuff. So yeah, endless rabbit holes. My friend is thinking about getting a combat patrol. Which one? Tell him to get the Tau one. Oh, wait. There's new ones. You got the new League of Photon one that's going to come out, which seems really cool. And you got the new Dark Elder one, which looks really good. And then you've got the, he's either going to do Orcs or Custodian. Oh, I don't like the current Orc combat patrol. Ooh, tell him to wait. Tell him to wait and not get a combat patrol and instead get, where is it? Where's the new custodian? Here they are. Get this thing. Oh, so good. You get this cool, I want this character. you get Fist Thing, you get Fat Thing, you get 10 dudes. Wait, 12 dudes. Oh, I like that banner. And look at the sword. I like the sword. I love the new swords. Where are they? Look at the cross guard. Look at the cross guard. It's 2 bolt gun magazines. It's amazing. I want that too. Yeah, me too. I don't want to get the entire thing because, you know, I don't really want a custodian army. And I think it's too much. But I do want to get this model and I do want to get those models. I'll probably build them with the spears because I think they look cool. I might build them without helmets. Because I'm still not a big fan of their helmets. Although I do think this Contemptor looks so... That bat, I like the bat. That box is like 1,500 points of custodians, potentially. Wait, let me look. Let's look. Let's do a thing of how much is it? New recruit. Come over here. Fateless. Imperium. Custodies. So let's go. Detachment. I don't care. Shoulder spearhead? Or maybe not that one. This one? This one. Let's go for this one. Okay, so what's this new model? What's this model? Shield Captain. Okay, Shield Captain. Let's go. Let's go. Guardian Spear, Warlord, Enhancements, this one. Then we go Battle Line. Are these just Custodian Guard? Custodian Sentinels and Custodian Guard. It's not, but it's funny to say. So we got a squad of Custodian Guard. We got a squad of 6 Custodian Guard, not 4. Can I make a squad of 6? No, squads of 5. Ooh. Okay, let's say it's a squad of 5. And it's led by a character. Yeah, it could only have 5. I'm guessing we get what Fist Fingers in here. And let's say it's led by a Blade Champion? Or Knight Centaur? Knight Centaur. Okay, not a Knight Centaur then. Shield Captain, Terminate Armor. I'm guessing a Blade Champion. And then we've got... What's the other thing? That they said Sentinels. Do we have Sentinels in here? No, we don't. So I'm guessing Custodian Guard again. With this thing. I have the Dreadbot knots. Dude reminds me of the Vietnamese guys. They say, what? Achilles. Achilles. Okay, then we get another, I guess, Blade Champion, whatever. Go with that. And then it would be... We got this thing. What is that? Calidus Graph Tank. Oh, Annihilator Graph Tank. Okay. So it's this thing. And it's got Accelerator Cannon. Yeah, that's fine. And then we've got Venerable Contemptor Dreadnought. Oh wait, is it Venerable Contemptor? What do they call it? Contemptor Achilles or Galactus. Okay, so let's go for the Galactus. Yeah, so how many points? That's 1,135 points. Hopefully we can give our blade champions enhancements. Like dupe. And dupe. There we go. Achilles. Yeah. Wardens, use wardens. You want me to use wardens? Where's the wardens? Custodian wardens. So that's with axes. We don't have axes. We do have spears. We could do this instead of one of these units. Blade and shield. These things don't have a shield, do they, actually? Oh no, they do have a shield. Okay. Okay, these ones though. They have the shield, so then we can get rid of this unit. Okay, that's 1255 points. Now the thing is, it's probably not going to be built as like a champion. So the Custodian Sentinels are much like the Guard, but instead of spears, they have war blades and shields. Otherwise, they have all the same options. Yes, they would make brilliant inclusions in 40k force. For bear heads and command staff. Ooh, command staff. Yeah, I am imagining that you're not meant to build them as like a blade champion. And instead, it's going to be more like a squad of 6. So, which I imagine are probably going to be more akin to this price here for the Wardens. So it's about 1,000 points of Space Marine, of Space Marines, Custodies. Yeah, it's a command staff. It's like their flag. Okay, okay. Yeah. So this is probably over 1,000 points. It's hard to know because they'll have to release an updated version of the Custody data sheet for this. I imagine these two will be the same and this one will be the same, but these two will have to change for Squad of 6. Either that or it will say that you can build one as a shield champion or something else. Shield captain. Oh, wait. That would be more like actually not two blade captains, champions, but you got a shield captain with a spear and a shield. I bet you'd be able to build one with like a blade and a shield. I bet one with just like a spear. Oh, wait. So it's got that. I mean, still, I imagine that you're not meant to build one of them as a character. So I'm guessing about 1,000 points is here. But it's hard to know. I still really wish that you could just ally them into another army like Death Watch, Grey Knights and Sisters of Battle can be now. As it stands, the current box makes a shield captain, so it's a box of 5, but you can make it a unit of 4 and a character. Is that actually how it's meant to be at the moment? Let's look. Like, it is a bit weird that they come in units of 4. Oops, not Armies of Chaos. Armies of the Imperium. When the Custodies appear for Armies of Chaos. So what is it that they've got? They've got Terminator and those things. So, yeah, Custody Wardens over here. Oh yeah, Shield Captain. Yeah, so you are meant to be able to compose one as a Shield Captain. Ooh. That being said, the shield captain does look quite distinctive here. Make 4 custodial wardians of 3 wardens and a shield captain. Okay. So yeah, I guess that might actually be similar over here, that you'll be able to build 5 and 1 as a shield. Let's look if, like, over here. Just 1 stand out as like a shield captain here. Not really. They all look very similar to one another. I mean, maybe this... No, not really. The only difference is they're not in a helmet. Here. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one does look different. He's got the same... Oh no, but I think these two have the same one as well. It's very hard to tell. Also, that looks quite Eldar-like. Huh. So yeah, that means there is potential like 1,500 points of models there, almost. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oof, yawning, stretching. Okay, we've gone on too long now. We've gone on too long. If you've not liked the stream already, please do so, because it does help me out and stuff. And YouTube likes me more when you like the stream. So big love hearts to you all. I'll try getting this one painted before next time we paint models. Like getting all the blue on them. And I'll try to get all these talons and stuff done with the red. And maybe do the Magos purple on them as well. After that, the main things I've got to do is some of the blue gradients, some of the correcting, all of that stuff. So, big love hearts, Joe. Thanks for coming to the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder. Eat good food. Sleep well. Dream of cupcakes but don't eat the cupcakes of friends, not food. And also, take care of yourself. Be kind to others and vice versa. Yeah. Bye-bye, everyone. Whee! Ah! Love you all. I'm not a cat.